Of all the Rebbeim that I had, there's nobody who left more of a roisham, more of an impression on me than Rav Calman. He was my 11th grade Rebbe in Ner Yisrael. It was the first year I was in Ner Yisrael. He's a 10th grade Rebbe in general. Many times to me it felt like he just spoke to me. I was receptive to every area of greatness of his, and he was great in all areas. Although there are many great people in the world, for me to be receptive to their area of greatness does not always happen. So I wanted to speak about his greatness because unfortunately I didn't get to hear the Levaya. I wasn't at the Levaya. I didn't find out about it till after it happened. We're going to start from the beginning. This is just what my experience has been. This is what my perception. This is just from me. I haven't heard anything from the Levaya again. What always struck me about Rav Calman was actually his nosei be'ol chavero. That's something that stuck out. That's when in regards to what that means is carrying the yoke of your friend. If I had an issue, there was something bothering me, and I would speak to him about it, he was in pain over it, and he took the pain off of my shoulders. He would respond right away. He truly cared, and he had a havana, an understanding of people that is second to none. So I'd like to give you a few examples, and I consider him an Adam Gadol because he empowered the students, at least with me. He gave the feeling, he gave a Talmud a good feeling that they have the ability to do things that ordinarily they would have thought they never had the ability. And to tell you the truth, the year that he was my Rebbe in Ner Yisrael, my mind really opened up that year. And it really felt like there were koichos there that I never knew I had. And unfortunately, it kind of feels like as the departure from him took place, the koichos, it feels like there's no access to them. But let me just start with the stories, because there's a lot of them. So one night in Ner Yisrael, it's the high school. Marav back then, this was in the late 1990s. Marav, I remember it being about 8:45 p.m. Marav finishes at about 9 o'clock p.m. and Bachrim are free to go back to the dorm. And as a high schooler, to end your day at 9 o'clock, it's a long, long day. Very long day. Think about it. You know, public school, not that you could really compare the two. Ends 3 o'clock in the afternoon. More of the Orthodox Jewish schools maybe end at 5 o'clock. Well, in yeshiva, the day ends at 9 o'clock p.m. 9 o'clock. Now, I was coming from a different type of yeshiva, where the day did not end at 9 o'clock. And this was my first year in Ner Yisrael. It was a very, very serious place. And what was amazing is that at 9 o'clock, people actually did not go back to the dorm. They stayed in the Beis Medrash learning with a chavrusa. Now, that's just, it's hard to even comprehend. A person can have an enormous avos haTorah, but at the same time, they need to take a break. So anyways, this was the beginning of the year. And at that point, in my mind, I had a lot of avos haTorah, and I did. But you know, when you're in a place where you kind of see everyone else doing things, it kind of looks like they're doing it better than you, you start to think that, well, maybe I'm not really what I thought I was. And then the problem with that is, in many situations, especially at that young age, a person may start to believe negative things about themselves that isn't really true. But anyways, so it was the beginning of the year, right after Marav. Everybody's staying in the Beis Medrash to learn, but I'm on my way out. I'm leaving because I used to go jogging every night. I loved listening to music. And I love jogging. There's not a lot of people who love jogging. In fact, to jog every night in the world, that's even considered a discipline. You have to be disciplined to be able to jog every night. There are those who will consider that a great thing to do. But I loved it. So by me, it wasn't a discipline. This is something I got that runner's high, and the music I loved. And probably the people who are learning, maybe they would respond the same way. To me, what they were doing was unbelievable. But I'm sure they loved it. But anyways, I'm leaving the Beis Medrash, and Rav Calman, he calls me over. He says, Simcha. Now, in the yeshivas out in the East Coast, the minhag is to imitate the Rebbe, and it's not a way of making fun of them. But I'm not going to do it, even though it enhances the experience. I'm not going to do it because in many places they don't really understand the minhag, and they're going to take it the wrong way. So he said, Simcha, where are you? Look around you. Simcha, look around you. He looked around me. He said, do you see everybody else in the Beis Medrash? I'm like, yeah, I see everybody learning. And he's like, and do you see that you're leaving the Beis Medrash? I said, yeah, I see that I'm leaving the Beis Medrash. He said, would you say they have a higher level of Ahavas HaTorah than you do? Wouldn't you say that they must love the Torah more than you do? I thought about it. I said, yeah, I guess so. He said, I want you to know that you're wrong. They do not have any more of an Ahavas HaTorah than you do. They don't love the Torah any more than you do. The pshat is, you have different personalities. You need to go jogging. They don't. That was a very empowering, that was first of all, I believe he's right in regards to that. I did need to go jogging, and for him to have that havana, he had that understanding, he had that insight, to the extent that he actually called me over. He understood, if he didn't say that, he understood the consequences. He knew this is a large place, and I guess he could tell that if he doesn't remind me of that, I might change, and I might not change for the positive. I don't know what all the cheshbonos were, but that was a beautiful thing for a Rebbe to do. That's a Rebbe, that's an expert mechanech, a Rebbe who does that. He's able to, there's a lot of Bochrim in this year. This was the beginning of the year, and for him to be tuned into that is something which I thought was totally amazing. So what we're saying over here is, number one, he had a tremendous havana in understanding about people. Number two, he truly cared about his talmidim. And number three, he knew how to raise them. He knew what to say, and he did it. And maybe there's more things you could add to the story, more levels of greatness than just four. But he did it. He called me over, and that's what he said. And who knows how many other things he said to other people to give them chizuk. That's story number one. That's a story of empowerment, building self-esteem. At the very least, maintaining the self-esteem, maintaining that starkness that the Bacher had when they went into the yeshiva, making sure they don't lose it. Realize that, making sure they don't lose it. Let's go on to story number two. I remember I was extremely excited about going to Ner Yisrael. I was coming from a different yeshiva, and it was really my decision to go to Ner Yisrael. Or you could say it was divinely inspired. Maybe HaKadosh Baruch Hu put the thoughts in my head, whatever it is. There was a lot of work that was done, and I got accepted. And unfortunately, the very first day, I missed the flight. I didn't make it to Baltimore. I missed the flight. So I missed the very first share. I believe it was on a Tuesday night. In those days, they used to start, maybe it's still like this, they start the very first Tuesday night of Elul Zman. So by parents-teacher conferences, I remember, I believe my parents told me, they did, Rav Calman said, he said, in the very beginning, when he missed his flight and he was late, he was upset. But then he got to understand his nature better. And once he understood his nature, he was no longer upset at all. So Rav Calman was a Rebbe, he put things into context. He truly understood what was going on. He got the picture. There's a difference between Ploni missing a flight and Almoni missing a flight. There's a difference between the two. Let's go on to the next thing. A lot of times when a bacher misses shachris, let's say you miss shachris, so it's very common. Shachris, I don't know if there's a point in translating it, but we will. The morning prayer services, it's done early in the morning. And it's a common thing for Bachrim to miss it. It's early in the morning and it's hard to get out of bed. And people miss it. Usually the response is, let's say like, Rebbe, I can't do it. And the Rebbe says, well, if you had a flight this early in the morning, you wouldn't miss your flight. And then, so you see, you really could do it. Well, in my case, I guess, Baruch Hashem, I did miss the flight, so at least I could genuinely say I couldn't do it. But in any case, Mishachris, usually the Rebbe comes over and you get musar. He'll reprimand you. How could you Mishachris? How could you? Okay, that's very, very common. However, it bothered me that Rebbeim do that, because a lot of times the Bacher already feels horrible about the fact they missed Shachris. They didn't want to miss Shachris. I didn't want to miss Shachris. I set my alarm. I was looking forward to going to Shachris. That year we were learning Masechta Brachos. And Masechta Brachos, especially Masechta Brachos, the first tractate of the Talmud, it speaks a lot about the importance of minyan, of davening with the congregation. It speaks a lot about that. And I did not want to miss Shachris, but it happened. It would happen. And again, Rav Calman was tuned in. He would call me over, and he wouldn't give any musar. Actually, he did the opposite. I don't remember the specific words he would say, but it was an upbeat message. It was like, listen, I do remember. What was it? Was listen. It was like, listen, Klal Yisrael also slept in by Matan Torah. Like, so it was something like that. It's like, listen, Klal Yisrael also slept in. You'll pick yourself up again, and you'll come tomorrow. It was like, he understood if the person feels bad about it, so then giving them musar is only going to make things worse. If they don't feel bad about it, okay, then you give them musar. But somehow, at least with me, I think probably by everyone, but he was tuned in to that frequency. He knew exactly what was going on. He was really an expert mechanech. I felt like he got me. He really understood me more than any other Rebbe I've ever had. And we're going to get more into this. Now the next thing. I remember once I was having a difficulty with my roommate. I noticed my roommate doing something that it looked very scary, really. So I spoke to Rav Calman about it. I spoke to Rebbe about it. And it was just amazing how serious he took it and how he immediately did something about it. The pain that I was in, he was in the same. He was able to put himself into my shoes 100%. That's called empathy. And he immediately went to the menahel and took care of it. And this happened more than once. One of the things I found to be amazing is that when I would come home over Bein Hazmanim, over the summer, there were times I would call him. And it just amazed me how he made time. I'd call him up in the summertime, and it would always be the Sever Panim Yafos. Oh, Simcha. How like it was, and you would think he just had all the time. He would spend so much time I would ask questions. The Torah that he presented was presented in the most geschmacka way I've ever heard in my life and have ever been exposed to in my life, and it remains that way Ada Yom Hazeh, until this very day. Up until that year, all the Torah that I learned came from my Mora in pre-kindergarten. That was when I had him. He explained things in Chumash, explained things in ways that I've never heard before, and many times it was the very opposite of how things were always taught to me. And it was like pearls of wisdom would come out of his mouth by everything. I understood it in a way that I was never able to understand anybody else. And therefore, all my questions were addressed to him. Everything. That fighting in the Middle East, I would ask him. I wanted to hear his perspective on everything. History, I wanted to hear from him. Just to give one example, just a quick little Dvar Torah. He said this over in the name of Rav Calman Weinreb Zatzal. Perhaps I have a detail off or two, but he would say, do you really think Yitzchak was such a fool? He didn't figure out this was Yaakov? Is it really possible that Yitzchak was tricked? Do you really think he was tricked? He could tell right away, this is the voice of Yaakov, it's not Esav. And he expanded upon that and made the question much starker than that. But he said, no, Yitzchak understood very well this was Yaakov. The whole thing is, Yitzchak knew from the very beginning. It could very well be that Yaakov is on the higher madrega than Esav. But the one who's going to transmit the Masorah in Klal Yisrael can't be this innocent. He has to be a tough person. He's going to have to be someone who knows how to fight. And he didn't think Yaakov could do that. Yaakov might be on a higher madriga, but Esav has that ability. Once he realized Yaakov was dressed like Esav, and at that moment he realized, wait a minute, Yaakov does have the ability to fight. He does have the ability, that deception, that he could transmit the Masorah. If Yaakov has it, Avad, I'm going to give the bracha to him. That was just like an eye-opening thing. Like wow, that made a lot of sense. And there's so many other, just that year, just all the Divrei Torah was stuff Divrei Torah that I've never heard before. It was just the opposite of, many times, the very opposite of what I've ever heard. There's so many other examples. That year was the year that we had Mark McGuire and Sammy Sosa. There was a big race going on in the home runs. Big race. This particular Friday morning, one of them had 56 home runs, the other one had 59. So the Benahel or by Temler, he would speak every Friday morning. He offered his mahalach, he offered his approach. Why are we giving these people kavod? But they can take a stick and act like a gorilla better than you or I. What? Okay, we're all familiar with that approach, those of us that were there. But that night, Rav Calman, once again, he offered a completely different perspective. I don't think he was disagreeing with what the Menahel said, but he was focused on Clinton. And at that time, there was a big scandal going on. And it was being published on the front cover of the newspapers. And the problem was that the words themselves were words that yeshiva bachrim wouldn't even be able to understand. So he was speaking about that, and he called this gentleman, he was saying it's corrupting the minds of even our kindergartners. They're learning words that they don't even... Why are they learning these words? They shouldn't know what these words mean. But he said, but Baruch Hashem for Mark McGuire. Baruch Hashem for Mark McGuire. Baruch Hashem. Baruch Hashem. I went to get the Baltimore Sun. And Baruch Hashem, he got another home run. And he was on the front cover of the paper. He's taking our minds off of the scandal, and Baruch Hashem. And besides, he said he gives to charity funds, and he's a wonderful role model for the Umos HaOlam. That's what he spoke about. And there are many, many times he would offer the complete opposite perspective than the Menahel. And it really was quite an experience. It was an amazing experience. The Ner Yisrael experience, it was really through him that I really got to see how each Rebbe was personified Torah, and yet they were so different from each other. I mean, he was the inspiration to really get to notice this, because he really gave it all he got. Torah drew out his personality. It didn't cover up his personality. If someone's not doing it right, Torah ends up covering up the personality. But if they're doing it in the natural way, they're steiging in a normal way, a normal balanced way, the Torah not only hides your personality, it brings it out. Those that were exposed to this, I think, know what I mean. I'll just speak about something else that I just found amazing. It's the frequency. When I say frequency, I mean like radio waves. It's like either he just was really tuned into the person, or somehow this connection, some other way there was this connection. So as people know, many people know that I'm very into the weather and that I love snow. And here I am, I'm in Baltimore. And in Baltimore that year, it's probably like this every year, but Baltimore, by these southern stream storms, always ends up in the 2 to 4 inch area of snow. And it's so frustrating. Because why? Why can't we be in the 6 to 12 inch area? Why can't we be, sometimes there's even higher. Why is it always the 2 to 4 inches of snow? Why? But that's the way it is. You just have to deal with it. Most people couldn't care less. In fact, someone who, you're kind of crazy. I'm alone on this. Who in the world is thinking like this? That they're sad over the fact that the city, who even notices the city's always in the 2 to 4 inch area, and they're sad. Okay. Now, you have to keep in mind that Rav Calman has made mention that he had a shelig shmooze, but he'll only give it if there's 20 inches of snow on the ground. And I always wanted to hear that shmooze. So this was also part of it. If Baltimore if we're always in the 2 to 4 inch area, I'm never going to get to hear the shelig shmooze. But it was more than that. I didn't want to be in the 2 to 4 inch area. So there's this amazing story that happened, which I'm not going to say right now, but it was an amazing story involving a shakavitarya with tefillah, but basically an unexpected snowstorm popped up in Baltimore one night. And unless you had a weather radio, such as me, which had alarms going off notifying you of all the changes which were happening, most people did not know what was happening, but they woke up the next morning and there's heavy snow, and they were forecasting an enormous amount. They were not up to 20 inches yet, but the forecasts were constantly going up. And this was a storm that was supposed to bring flurries at the coast. Nothing for Baltimore, flurries at the coast. And 12 hours before that, clear skies, not even clouds. So this is quite a change. The forecast changed quite a lot in 24 hours. And it was kind of changing while it was happening. So you could tell nobody really knew for sure when this snow was going to stop. But anyways, so at Shachris, after Shachris, I went over to Rav Calman and I said, Rebbe, is Rebbe going to give his shmooze today? And I said, it's going to be 12 to 20 inches of snow. Is Rebbe going to give his shmooze? He said, 12 to 20 inches in Baltimore? I said, yeah. He's like, let me tell you something. No. This city never gets more than 2 to 4 inches. And I was like, what? Like, it's not just he said it, he was aware of it, but he said it with the same emotion that I always felt. So the question to me was he just, was he also like this? Or was he just making me feel comfortable, like normalizing me? Like I'm not the only one that noticed. I know Baltimore only gets 2 to 4 inches. This time it's going to be different. He didn't give the shmooze, but we got a lot of snow. Many years later, I was in a yeshiva up north. It was in Providence, Rhode Island. And this was 4 or 5 years later in the year 2003, President's Day weekend. And word was out that Baltimore was getting clobbered with snow. And there was, for sure, he would have given the shmooze. The question is, though, the snow may have started Friday night, but there was not a lot of snow on the ground Friday night. So that was my suffering. I had a doubt. Did he give it? Did he not give it? The storm it stuck around Baltimore for a while. It eventually made it to Providence, Boston. It made it to all the other cities. Baltimore got significantly more because the storm just was parked there for a while. And I heard he gave the shmooze. Not only that, people recorded it. I never got a tape. I think it was 45 minutes long, maybe more. But I called him up. I was in Providence. I called him up and I said, I heard Rebbe gave the shmooze. He said, yeah. I'm like, but when did Rebbe give it? And he said when. I'm like, but there wasn't that much snow. They were forecasting it. We have to go back a second, actually. The other story, when Baltimore got to pop up 12 to 20 inches, he said he's not giving it. He said, because he'll never give it based on a forecast. Okay. And there was another reason too. He said there has to actually be 20 inches on the ground. In this case, I said, but there wasn't 20 inches yet. They were forecasting. He's like, yeah, but everybody knew there was going to be 20 inches. Okay, fine. I guess things changed. And he said to me, he would love to give me the shmooze. But there's one enormous difficulty. You know what that is? I said, no, what? He said, you know the first city to get snow from any storm system? And I very well know that it's the Baltimore area. Sometimes Washington, D.C., but, areas further south than that, usually the cold air, it's not cold enough for it to be snow. So a lot of these nor'easters, Baltimore's the very first city. He said, yeah, that's correct. And do you know the last city? I said, Providence. He said, yeah. It's like, if you were in New York, yeah, even Waterbury, I'd give it to you. Okay, so it happened to be, he told me He wanted me to be learning in Waterbury. But the point is, like, he had a really good sense of humor. And I said, so because I'm in Providence, Rebbe's not going to give it to me. He said, well, I'll give you the basic yesod. But the shmooze was 45 minutes long, but he did give me the basic yesod. The basic yesod had to do with time, and that's another thing that he was very much into. The Yetzer Hara's main way that he distracts us, to keep us away from our minds being on Hashem, is time. We always have to be someplace at a certain time. Snow, unlike rain, snow falls and it stays put. Not only that, we also stay put. By these big storms, the whole city, all the cities shut down. A good 20-inch snow. It shuts down the whole city. We finally have time to sit and contemplate and actually hisponinus and do tshuva. The psukim themselves speak about snow in reference to tshuva, in reference to purifying us, cleansing us from our averos. Hashem says, I'll take your neshama and I'll make it as white as snow. White represents purity. Nothing is without reason. There's a reason for all this. I've thought of a lot more to say on my own about snow, but that was the basic yesod. Rav Calman was very real. It felt very real to me. The emotions were very real. He was tuned into also like the Olam Haruchnius, into time. There was this, things had to be done at a certain time. And I'm not talking about like 10:02 a.m. or 10:08 a.m. I'm talking about the seasons. One time he was teaching a Gemara in Brachos. It was the Gemara about in what way were the earlier generations greater than us? In what way? The Gemara says, well, it wasn't Torah learning because they only learned one Seder of Mishnayos. We learn all six. And it wasn't this. Rather, it was their ability to be moiser nefesh al kiddush Hashem. And the Gemara gave an example. And it was a very strange example. And this was, I don't know what time of year this was, November maybe. And Rav Calman said, if you want to know Pshat in the Gemara, I will only tell you by Parshas Vayakel. That's the time. That's the time to tell you. And now is not the time. It's a very... Okay. I kept in my mind, I'm going to ask him Parshas Vayakel. Parshas Vayakel came. There was some simcha going on. I think it might have been Shmuel's bar mitzvah. There was something going on. And he said, you'll have to ask me next year, Parshas Vayakel, because this year he's just too busy with the family simcha. Calman spoke about Hashem having a sense of humor. He would tell us Friday night, we'd be at his house, he would say, you know, when I was in yeshiva, Bachram had a sense of humor. You guys are so serious. You're so... I have to tell you, HaKadosh Baruch Hu has a sense of humor. And he would speak about the Parshios, he would speak about Moshe Rabbeinu who's growing up in the house of Paro. All this, everything is just... You can tell HaKadosh Baruch Hu has a sense of humor. That's also something that we're also humor. Humor is part of Yiddishkeit as well. It's part of our learning. It's part of Torah learning. These are just things that I didn't really get to hear any Rebbe ever talk about. No Rebbe ever even offered a shelig shmooze. Humor. It's just like, wow. So I felt like I was able to relate to the Mahalchim, the Shalach Manos Mahalach, to the Mishenichnas Adar Marvin B'Simcha banner. He felt it should not be taken down in the month of Nisan because the Simcha of Adar actually continues and doesn't peak until that's Vav Nisan. So if a banner is to be up in the month of Adar, Kal v'chomer, there should be a banner in the month of Nisan. And he was real. He said it with seriousness. This one time in the summer, one of the struggles I had is that I got to hear his Torah on about every Yontif. But what about Tisha B'Av? We're not in yeshiva for Tisha B'Av. And I'm sure he has brilliant things to say. So I called him up and I asked him, has Rebbe ever spoken about Tisha B'Av? And of course, he said, yeah. He said, and they're on tape. They've been recorded. So I said, is there a way I can get access to them? He said, well, the tape I really want you to hear is in South America. So that's the one that's really for you. But there's another one which is also good. It's not perfect like the one in South America. And I'll send you that one. So that was like amazing. And at the very, very end of the conversation, he said, but I want you to know there's only a 50% chance that I'm actually going to send it to you. I said, Rabbi, he said, I can't tell you why, that's just the way I am. He said, it's just the way he is. And again, I felt like I'm the same way, and I understood. It was like, I don't know if like he was trying to like if he was doing that out anivos, like humility, like saying, Simcha, you're not the only one that doesn't always follow through. But whatever, I don't know what the shot is. It's only 50%. I would say he would disclose information.
How much is the charger for?
I have it.
Or just turn it on.
What?
Just turn it on.
Yeah. How it goes there. Disclosing information about oneself, that's humility. He didn't overdo it. He disclosed enough to validate the other person's feelings and to affirm them. It was something very special. Like another example is, there was a time after I already mastered coming to Shachris every single morning, I stopped. I struggled again. I already mastered it, but I struggled. There were times I couldn't get there. And then he shared with me his struggle, which, like, it's like, I don't know, is he making this up? Is he not, like, but it made me feel normal. It validated, it affirmed, it made it feel like I'm normal. Like, he went out of his way. He didn't just say you're normal. Like, he would share with me. Like, he really did the best job you can possibly do on that level. The Yimei Ahava versus the Yimei Sina, that was a major theme of his. Now, This following story is super fascinating. So I remember maybe a month into coming to Ner Yisrael, I go back to my dorm room and everything was confiscated. It's empty. There's nothing there. Nothing. There's a little note on my pillow that said something about I sunk your ship. So I didn't know what to do. So I went to the dorm counselor, Rav Calman, who it was a whole interaction. Apparently, because the room was messy, the things were confiscated. But it wasn't just in order to teach a lesson. It wasn't just like in the future, make sure things are clean. They had even more of a concern than that. It was something similar. What it sounded like was like, this is what he said, we have a thinking or whatever, that if your room is a mess, then your mind is a mess. So they wanted to get to the bottom of it. So I remember the next day, Rav Calman asked me how things are going. I don't know, he didn't always ask me, just that day he asked me. And I told him about that myself. And this is what he said. He said, I want you to know, there's a story they say about Rav Simcha Zatzal. And the Balei Musar loved this story. But he said, Rav Calman, he said he thinks it's terrible. And he always spoke with that passion that it's terrible. And the story goes that with Simcha Zatzal, his son, learned in a yeshiva, and he didn't see his son for many years. And he was traveling through the very same town that his son was learning. So he wanted to check up to see how his son was doing. So he came by to the yeshiva, he went into the son's room, and he saw that everything was clean and neat. And there was a pair of shoes that was neat right by the bed. And with that, he continued on his way. He never saw his son. And they asked him, why didn't you see your son? Don't you want to see how he's doing? He said, I did. I saw how he's doing. I came into the room. When I saw everything was masudar, everything was clean and organized, I knew that he's doing well. So the Balei Musar, they take that story. And how do we know if you're doing well? If clean and masudar, you're doing well. Calman said the Balei Musar loved the story, but he thinks it's terrible. He said, you know why? Because have you ever read about who Rav Simcha Zatzal was? You'll know that by nature, he was a very clean and orderly person by nature. And his son was the same way. So by then, if things were out of place, then there's something wrong. But for people who are not like that by nature, he said it even better, but I don't want to say exactly. Not like that by nature. There's no significance at all to your inner life. The way the room looks, it has no... He said you could be steiging, you could be davening, b'kavana, you could be doing great. And the room is not going to look masudar. There's no connection. So he said, he's like, I'm not telling you to keep a messy room, but keep in mind what I say. That's what he said. So again, it's the affirming, it's that building a self-esteem. And at the very least, making sure that that self-esteem doesn't get destroyed. Chas v'shalom. He was very tuned in to each bacher. I remember many years later, this is already 15 years out of the yeshiva, and 14 years since I was out of Ner Yisrael. I told him that I had a job in special ed. And he was so happy. He said he always knew. He's like, you would be excellent, he said, in special ed. And he always held that way. And he always told me to keep his name on as a reference. But it's not just he touched people up, he confidently knew. Like he was confident about his Havana and about how he understood people. Now here's really something very unique and amazing. So by my chasana, so he was invited to the chasana. He had something else he had to attend in Baltimore. He wasn't able to come. But the day of my chasana, I got a voicemail. And the voicemail said, I got a voicemail from two people, and they were very similar. It could be the beginning of each voicemail said that they have one voicemail for sure said they have a picture of me or the invitation on the refrigerator, so that when the day comes, they'll be looking at it and they will be besimcha. They'll be reminded. By him, I don't know if he had that as well. But the day of the chasana, he called up and he said, I want you to know, I called up my Talmud in Chicago, I think Rabbi Sandberg. I looked into the Kala, and he said a lot of praise about the Kala. And he was mamash mekayim exactly what he taught. In Masechta Brachos, it said the main way to be mesameach l'chassan and Kala is with words. And that's exactly what he did. It was with words. Mamash, at the time that I was a chassan, the very same day. And we all know that Masechta Brachos he loved Masechta Brachos. That was his favorite Masechta. And what was one of the most contagious happy, if you ever want to see contagious happiness, what you have to do, at least for sure back then, is you had to walk into the Beis Medrash maybe a little bit after he gave his Masechta Brachos shir, and you walk in during the time that the Bachrim are doing chazara on Masechta Brachos. You know, this might already be by the Masechta Bechinas Man, after Pesach. And if you walk in during that time, you'll see him standing by his table, by his stender. He's full of energy. He looks so besimcha as he watches the Bachrim do chazara on Masechta Brachos. There was one time I called him up and I said, Rebbe, how's Rebbe doing? He said, Baruch Hashem, the Talmidim, the Bachrim are getting very into Masechta Brachos in such a simcha, I don't remember the exact lashon that he used, but it was, he really loved that Masechta. There was a camp he worked at, and originally I believe they agreed upon him teaching Masechta Brachos, but when he found out that he wasn't going to be allowed to teach Masechta Brachos, he didn't come. Like it was something like that. He really loved Masechta Brachos. He also he was famous for his Novi Shir, and he would teach Shmuel Aleph. A theme that I think is consistent is that you get a sense of the metaphysical world, that there's another world out there that runs at a certain frequency which he is tuned into. And of course, anybody who is observing the Torah is tuned into this world. But the feeling, maybe I was just more receptive when it was coming from him. There was more of that feeling. I perceived that more by him than anyone else. And this goes for Shmuel Aleph as well. Shmuel Aleph is, I don't know if it's the only place, but you have a story in Shmuel Aleph about Shaul going to this witch who brings Shmuel up from the dead, and you have like a very real encounter with this other world. Constant theme was we are travelers through time, but time itself remains constant. That means that Elul is the time for tshuva. You could do tshuva any time, but the chances for hatzlacha are better during the time of tshuva. The chances for chayrus, for freedom, is better during the time of the Pesach. And he was very tuned in. The chances for tshuva are better during a snowstorm than without a snowstorm. He was very tuned into that. He'll answer the question by Parshas Vayakel. We'll have to wait till Parshas Vayakel. Oh, he's busy this year, Parshas Vayakel. You have to come back to him next year, Parshas Vayakel. This question he'll only answer by Parshas Vayakel. The Gemara, he taught it in November. He'll only give a pshat in it by Parshas Vayakel. The Shelig shmooze, he'll only give it if there's 20 inches on the ground, and he said it has to be on a Friday night. Granted, some of those conditions got changed, but no, it's a special shmooze, and it's not given every year, and most people never get to hear it. So he has the Torah. The Torah is set at a certain time. One of the most amazing things I find is that you could look up shiurim from all these famous speakers. You could find it online, everything. But with Rav Calman, he could very well have been one of the most famous speakers, but he kept himself private. And he even said, we keep thinking, Ner Yisrael, Mechina Ner Yisrael is the world's best hidden secret. But you won't find any share of his online. You won't find, nobody knows about it. It's like unbelievable. And I'll give the best example of this is in regards to that Tisha B'Av tape that he said he would send me. He said there's a 50% chance, but it was sent. It arrived the day after Tisha B'Av. So I called him up to say thank you. It was a great tape, great share. And he asked me, when did it arrive? And I said I didn't have it for Tisha B'Av. And he was in so much pain. He's like, I told the mailman to deliver it. It has to be there on Tisha B'Av. But I said, but Rabbi, I got it the day after, but it came before Chatzos. So he said, oh, okay. He wasn't so happy about that either, but the basic yesod in that shir was something that Pasuk says, "Kar v'chol karav asher yikru b'emes." Hashem calls out to all those who call out to Him in truth. Tzidkus or rishus is not the name of the game when coming close to Hashem. It's knowing where you stand. That was what that tape was about. A person could be very far away from Hashem. As long as they know they're far away, Hashem will have a relationship with them. And the tape said it much better. And that's why Tisha B'Av is right in between shvuos and Elul. Tisha B'Av is to remind us that we're very far away from Hashem. If we didn't have Tisha B'Av, we would think that we're close to Hashem. We just stayed up all night on shvuos. We're close to Hashem. But if we think we're close to Hashem, we're not close to Hashem. Because if we were close to Hashem, we would have a Beis HaMikdash. As long as we know we're far away from Hashem, then we could have an Elul, Ani L'Dodi V'Dodi Li. Then we could come close to Hashem. Tisha B'Av is called the Moed because it's a meeting place. It gives us the opportunity to meet Hashem. And that's why B'Shenichnas of Mima'atin B'Simcha, we reduce our Simcha, but there's a Simcha that still exists, even in the month of Av, and even seemingly on Tisha B'Av itself. And with that, he explained why every holiday, the physical world is a perfect reflection of that holiday. All of the Yom Tovim, all of the Yomim Noraim fall out during a time of the year that the weather is beautiful. All of the Yom Tovim fall out during the growing season. During the winter season, there's nothing at all. There's no Yom Tovim de'oraisa. There's a Chanukah, because the avoda of the winter is emunas chabalelos. It's emunah. But there's one exception, seemingly. That's Tisha B'Av. Tisha B'Av is a time of destruction. Shouldn't Tisha B'Av be in the winter? He said no. Tisha B'Av has to be in between shvuos and Elul. He was really a powerhouse speaker, tremendous koyach hadibur. And not only that, he made it look attractive. He made public speaking look like this is something I want to do. And if you're not exposed to that, you just assume this is not something I want to do. Like, nobody's supposed to like public speaking. And he also made it look like always having a Devar Torah available no matter what. A person should always have one available. He made that look attractive. He didn't need to prepare. It was just, as he walked up to the shmooze to speak between Shalosh, right after Shalosh Shuddis, he would go through, am I going to speak this one, that one, that one? He would decide at the last minute what he's speaking about. Because he had Torah on his fingertips. He had his Sfarim that he loved. But it's not just with public speaking. His communication skills, when you consult him for Eitzah, he was able to give you the Eitzah in such a way that you would be most receptive to it. He would say, well, there's three possibilities. Either A, B, or C. Now the answer is always C or D. But he would go through all the pros and cons of each possibility, and the final answer would be crystal clear. It was just well, you can either stay in Ner Yisrael. Okay, the pro of that is this, the con of that is this. You can go to another yeshiva in America, or you can go to yeshiva in Eretz Yisrael. And the hadracha there's no reason to doubt any of the hadracha. He had all the variables. It's really a part of it was also active, reflective. It was reflective listening. There was a little bit more than that. When it came to listening to people, he was an excellent listener. An excellent listener. He would say, I'm a speaker, I'm not a listener, but when it came to listening to people and their stories he was an excellent listener. he would reflect back what he heard. Remember, he once said, a su'uda that doesn't have kari bone, a sudas mitzvah that doesn't have kari bone is not a sudas mitzvah. But I think he said you could be yotze with a don olam, or it was either one or the other, or maybe, I don't know what it was. Everybody knows his favorite song was Ana B'Koyach. Another big Maila, this again has to do with he's able to put himself in the other person's shoes, is by the Yom Noraim in Ner Yisrael is absolutely amazing. It's the most inspiring davening. And to newcomers, it's like totally amazing. And despite the fact he's been davening there for a very, very long time, he was able to feel the inspiration that the newcomers have. He was able to remember what life was like before, and when it came time to say Chesiva Chesimatova or Gdantif, he'd be like, it's good davening, isn't it? And like something like that. Like he was able to, he never forgot what life was like before Ner Yisrael. He was either that or he was just very tuned in. Very, very tuned in. He said he never forgets a bacher. He might get them mixed up in years. He doesn't remember who was with who, but he'll never forget a bacher. He would, at the end of the year, he always kept all of our mesachta bechinas, mesachta brachos. He said that, I think the thing was that if, in order for him to come to the mesiba, I think someone had to get a 100. If one person in this year got a 100, he would come. He would have a l'chaim as well. It was something like that. So he didn't do it every year. There was a time. Things had to be special. This was. So I remember my grade in the Masechta Bechina, and it wasn't 100. It wasn't even anywhere near 100. But there was, again, he was able to do a firm, this means, it was a good grade. He kept the Bechina. I wonder where are all those Bechinas going right now. That's what I wonder. I would love to see it. Rav Calman used to say that when a tzaddik comes to the city, he used to say when Rav Ruderman came to Baltimore, the Baltimore harbor got built up afterwards. The physical is always a reflection of the spiritual. The city itself, before Rav Ruderman came, it was a nothing. After Rav Ruderman came, the city got built up again. Just maybe we can end off with this. There's a chazal somewhere. It goes around whenever gedolim are nifter, that when a person's nifter, all of the midos that they excelled at is now more available to the rest of the world. So I was thinking that if a person wants to be mekabel, person wants to work on Avos HaTorah and to start perhaps with Shmuel Aleph, Sefer Shmuel, that might be more available to the world right now. Or Masechta Brachos. This would be an awesome time to take upon yourself to learn Masechta Brachos. And perhaps, if a person takes upon themselves to learn Masechta Brachos now, they have a higher chance of developing a tremendous ahava for that Masechta than if they would do it a few months from now. Or maybe it's the whole year. Because right now it's available. All of those things, it's available to the world. And I believe those that do that, it then acts as a shvuos for the neshama of the mace. So I don't know exactly how that whole thing works, but the things that he loved, Masechta Brachos, Shmuel Aleph, trying to have a havana of people, no seba ol chavero, being misameach others through words, affirming others, validating others. Being willing to disclose information about yourself, even if it might be a personal struggle to some extent, if it's for the purpose of affirming the other person, the purpose for their growth. Not to disclose too much, but there's a certain level of anivus in that.
And Rebbe, we will miss you.
What I wanted to say about Rav Calman is that his emotions were very real, and I have to tell you, this was one of the most inspiring things to me, is that we're allowed to have emotions, and in fact, this was even said in the Torah that he would give. In Masechta Brachos, he would ask a kasha, how could Hatov V'Ametiv be given in the same way that the bracha of Dain Ha'emes is given? The Gemara says, you have to give it in the same way. And he said, what it means, granted, Baruch Dain Emes is to be said with tears flowing down your cheeks. What does it mean in the same way? It means Belev Shalem. I believe that's what Rashi says, Belev Shalem. Now, not everybody learns the Gemara that way, because the Rosh Kollel here in Chicago, one of the Chashuva Kollels, said that at a Levaya, it was his wife's Levaya, he said if you really had proper Emunah, he said the real Madrega is not to cry, but Rav Calman had his Mahalach, other people had their Mahalach, Rav Calman had his Mahalach. He felt that a dain emes is to be made with tears flowing down your cheeks. That's how it's supposed to be made, and that's not a chisaron in Amunah. It should be except your makabel it belev shalom. That's what it means. Just like your makabel the good news, when you make atova meite belev shalom, that's also how you're makabel the bad news. I'm just pointing out that not everybody has that mahalach. He has that mahalach, and that's really throughout his Yiddishkeit. The emotions were real, and that was, to him, that was a lechatchila. And I think that's one of the things that I found to be most inspiring. There was a time I was in his office. We were schmoozing about something in his basement, which his office was in his basement, and I remember, just for people listening to this, I'll tell you another yesod that he had. I wanted to, as I mentioned, I was in a 10th grade share for 11th grade, and I wanted to be in a 12th grade share for 12th grade. And he did it. He got me the 12th grade share. But it was the beginning of the year, it was difficult. So I told him that, Rebbe, I made a mistake. I want to go back to the 11th grade. I want to go back to, I don't want to skip the grade to be where I should be. I want to go from 10th to 11th instead of 10th to 12th. Because it was just going to be too hard for me. So he said, no. He said, once you're in a makom nisayon, you stay in that makom nisayon. To avoid the nisayon, we don't put ourselves in a makom nisayon. So if you could take a mahalach that avoids a nisayon, then go ahead and take that mahalach. But once you're in a makom nisayon, he was saying, don't run away from it. Face your fears. Okay, I don't know if that applies to everyone and whatever. That's a yesod that he said to me, and
It's also said that sometimes if you go to your Rebbe for hadracha, even if the hadracha ends up not being correct or we don't think it's correct, but there's still a yesod that you could learn from it. And that was a yesod. Okay, so that was a conversation that took place in his office downstairs. But so one time we were in his office and he had a telephone call. So the person who was informing him of the call, they were yelling his name from upstairs, saying give a telephone call. It just sounded so much like my house. Like I just felt very comfortable. But and he's like, oh no, another telephone. Like it's, and then someone gave him the phone. He was like, Plony. I don't know who it was. Like, I haven't spoken to you for years. Like it was just instantly the emotion changes. I just loved it. I loved the realness of the emotion. There was most people, like, maybe they don't want to be interrupted with a telephone call, but they just keep quiet, and then they're happy when they haven't spoken to someone for many years. They realize they're happy, but just I was living the experience with him. That's just something that helped me connect with him very much. So that the emotions were very appropriate. They were very real, and they were expressive. Life felt life. Things were alive when I was with him. Things were alive. There was never a dull moment. It's just even in davening, it's just there's a lot of stories over there. I want to leave off, which this is a little bit of a humorous story. In Ner Yisrael, there was Night Seder. Now, Night Seder, I remember it being 7:40 p.m. That's when Night Seder was. This was the year 1998 into the year 1999. So, Night Seder was 7:40 p.m. Okay, now, so what happens if you're late to Night Seder? So I don't know for sure, but I can just tell you that by me, so there was someone there, a Rebbe there, one of the administrative Rebbeim, who would stand by the entrance, and if you were late by a certain amount or maybe a certain number of days, so there would be, it's called a kanas. It's a fine. It's like a police giving you a ticket. The kanas was always $20. Now, where are you going to get $20 from? I have no idea, because nobody's working. None of the bachrim are working, and there's no income. So, and it's really an enormous. Okay, it's a lot of money, but so. Okay, so by me the kanasim were piling up. It was, now why didn't they work? I don't know. So 7:40. So let's say I'm there 7:50. So simcha, that's another $20. Okay, another $20 kanas. Nachamu. So finally, I decided that I've had enough of it. And I decided that tonight, I'm not going to enter the Beis Medrash through the front entrance. I'm going to sneak in. So I came up with a couple of ways to sneak in. But plan number one was just an easy entry, just going through the Ezras Nashim. So I think there was a complication involved. Maybe you had to unlock the door. There was a slight obstacle to it. I don't remember what it was. But whatever it was, there was a way to do it. Okay? So this seems very clear-cut. The administrative Rebbe stands by the entrance to the Beis Medrash, always. He's been doing this every single night. Okay, so tonight what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through the back, and he's not going to see me. So, okay, so now what happens next is just totally unbelievable. So I open up the door, and that night, for some reason, instead of the Rebbe standing by the front door, the Rebbe decided to have a meeting with Rav Calman at that time, and the meeting spot was by that entranceway. That's where they were meeting. I don't know what they were talking about, but they had a meeting over there. And I was in Rav Calman's shir that year. So not only does he see I'm late, Rav Calman also saw I'm late. So I walk in and I was like, oh my gosh. So the Rebbe's like, caught you red-handed. That's what he said. That's a $20 kanas. And another $20 for your Rebbe. $40 kanas. And then Rav Calman, like, he made some joke. Like, oh, it's min shemayim. It's somehow he said it in the, and with that joke or that humor, the kanas completely dropped. Like, I said, really? Turn left. I said, really? And the other Rebbe, he said, no, just go in. Like, Rav Calman was laughing, and, so there was no kanas at all. But at the end of the day, there was no kanas. So the truth is, that night, I would have been safe either way. I could have entered through the entrance or entered through the back, but I'm glad I came in through the back, because now I have a cute story. And you see, once again, humor is something that is helpful a lot of times. And Rav Calman had it. And I think also the pshat, when someone asked him about a Tosfos, and he said, there's a hurricane going up the coast, you're going to ask me about a Tosfos? He was tuning into the frequency of the Talmud, the radio waves, whatever, of the Talmud that was asking the question, and would say something to help them feel good, to show them that they're normal. This is not about, the Torah is the most important thing in life, but if your mind is on a hurricane, that's... In 0.1 miles, turn right. Don't focus on, you don't have to feel bad about yourself because your mind's on a hurricane. We're allowed to be normal. Our emotions are real, and we're allowed to engage in our emotions. To me, that was the most validating and affirming experience. I believe that might have been the only Rebbe I've had who actually expressed this message. He communicated that message from the Torah he gave, and that was something very special. The following is Rav Calman's shmooze on shvuos 5780.
Place it upon you on that morning of shvuos, in the Zman that you're listening to the Aseres Adibris. I recreate the replica, a ma'ain of that Maimed Har Sinai, that Maimed Anoira. Ki ilu atem oimdim lefonai b'Har Sinai, as if you're standing in front of me b'Har Sinai, umekabelin es HaTorah, and being mekabel anew once again, Tovshin Pei, the Torah. Shenemar bayom hazeh bo'u midbar Sinai. Ein Mosai b'chodesh hashlishi, on the day of Matan Torah, every year, year in and year out. And the Rokeach says over there on that Yalkut Shemaini that a person must see himself when he hears the Aseres Adibris, as if he's now standing and hearing the Kol Hashem Mitaycha Eish. David Kam Shlita, the Chavron Rosh Hashiva, brings the Yerushalmi in Rosh Hashanah, Perek Dalet. The Yerushalmi points out that the karbonos of every yontiv includes a carbon chatos, a carbon brought to atone for sin. And the only yontiv regarding which there's no mention in the Torah of chet is shvuos. And the Yerushalmi explains that Hashem is declaring, as if it were, that since you accepted the olam of Torah upon yourselves, I view it as if you never sinned. And Reb David Cohn points out, this should have been true only the first shvuos in history, when we actually were makabel the Torah, when we actually had Maimed Har Sinai. But why should there be no sin associated with every shvuos, every year? Ella says, Reb David Cohn, what is the Yerushalmi telling us? That clearly Kabbalah's HaTorah is not merely a historic event that took place many, many, many years ago at Har Sinai, but it's an event that is annually repeated in some replication. And that is why we're considered free of sin on Shvuos every year. Pasuk continues and says, Vayisu me Refidim. Klal Yisrael traveled from Refidim, Vayovo Midbar Sinai, and they came to Midbar Sinai. And Rashi brings the Mechilta. Lama Hutzrich, why does the Torah have to go back and tell us and to explain from where they traveled? We know from where they traveled. We're learning Chumash. The parsha before Yisro is the parsha of Bishalach. Klal Yisrael were encamped in Refidim. Obviously, if now they're coming to Midbar Sinai, the departure point from where they came to Har Sinai was their last encampment, which we know already was Refidim. Why does the Torah have to be magish and repeat seemingly unnecessarily, which of course is not so? Vayisu me Refidim, vayovo Midbar Sinai. To tell us, biyodua, elo, lahakish nesiyosim Refidim lebiyosim Midbar Sinai. To be makish, to relate and to connect their travel from Refidim to their coming to Midbar Sinai to Maimed Har Sinai. Ma biyosim Midbar Sinai b'tshuva. Just like they're coming to Midbar Sinai was b'tshuva. And for that we don't need a source. Obviously it was b'tshuva. You're coming before the Olam to receive his Torah, to be the Am HaTorah, the Am HaNivchar. Obviously you're in a mode of tshuva. That we don't need a makar. But what Chazal telling us is Ma biyosan to Har Sinai was b'tshuva, af nisiyosim miravidim b'tshuva. You've got to know, you must know that the tshuva process was not only a Midbar Sinai process, but that process had to begin. Af nisiyosim miravidim had to be b'tshuva. Why? What was there about Refidim that required as a prerequisite for Biyosim Midbar Sinai b'tshuva that the Nisiyosim may Refidim had to be b'tshuva? Obviously, what we're being told is that Refidim needed an abandonment, a moving away from whatever it was that in Amalek, that in Refidim brought upon us our mortal enemy, our eternal enemy, Amalek, that enemy who through all the generations from that first time would continue to use every opportunity to injure and to wound us, to try to wipe us off the face of the earth. The Maril Diskin, Reb Yeshua Leib Diskin, Zechat Tzadik Livrocha the Goyen, would say over B'Shemus Rabbeim that Germany of the 20th century, of the 19th and 20th century, the Germany was the Nin V'Nechet of Amalek. And where did that Amalek first come? That was Refidim. And Refidim needed an abandonment, a moving away, a tshuva as a prerequisite from whatever it was that brought Amalek. That needed tshuva before Maimed Har Sinai could even be a reality. Man nisbi oson la Midbar Sinai b'tshuva. Af nisiyosim me Refidim b'tshuva. What was Refidim? Chazal tell us what was the sin that brought on Amalek. Rafidim says it all. Rafu Yedayim and Asik Batayra. They weakened their hands. Their hands were weakened from a firm Asik involvement in Torah. Pili Ployim, Sarach Bir. Since when are hands associated as an essential to Asik HaTorah? We think when we talk of Asik HaTorah, we can understand. We need the focus and clarity of the mind. We need the Havana of the heart. We can even extend it and say, we need our mouths. After all, the Gemara in Erevin, Chayim Heim L'Motziyein B'Peh. There's an Indian to learn Torah and to learn it with a kol. I can understand the role of Mayak, the role of Lev, even the role of Peh in Torah and in Asik HaTorah. But the hands, if I'm not able to wave my hands and stretch out my hands and in the emphasis of a point that I want to make, is that something that's going to take away from the Yesod of Torah? Hands are only accessory. The mind, the heart needed for Torah, but hands? And yet that was how Chazal characterized the sin in Rafidim. And thus the need to abandon Rafidim is a prerequisite for Maimon Har Sinai. How do we understand that? But before we answer that, let's go to one of the greatest kashas of all, a kasha that certainly you're all familiar with. And if not, you'll become familiar with it now. Taisus asked this question in Masechta Shabbos. And before Taisus, the Medrash asked the kasha in Parshas Noach. On one hand, Klal Yisrael prior to Kabbalas HaTorah, Klal Yisrael to their eternal glory, articulated Nasa v'Nishma, their enthusiasm for Torah, their sincerity and earnestness to be Makabel Torah was so deep and so broad that they didn't even have to hear what the Torah demanded of them first. They had confidence in the Bari Olam. Nasa v'Nishma, they declared. We're going to do, we'll hear. Nasa v'Nishma. But we're already Makabel on it ourselves. An incredible Kabbalah. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu himself is amazed by Klal Yisrael. Mila Labonai Rozeh, who revealed to my children this secret? And yet, even so, when Klal Yisrael is standing on Yom Kabbalas HaTorah by the foothills of Har Sinai, Kofa Aleim Har Gegigis, the Rebbeinu Shalom suspends above them the Har, like mamish, a sledgehammer that's about to come down upon them, articulating a statement, Into Kamlu Aleichem Mutav, if you accept it upon yourselves, everything's good and fine, but if not, Shomei Kavuraschem, there will be your burial. HaKadosh Baruch Hu seems intent on scaring the daylights out of them, that they should be Makabel the Torah. But haven't they already said Nasa v'Nishma? Beautifully willing, enthusiastic, and now there's a need for Kofa Aleim Har Gegigis. And one of the most beautiful ideas in Halchem is that really there's a Darga Nasa v'Nishma, glory of Yisrael, but there's another Darga even higher. And that's Kofu Aleim Har Gegigis. That was the highest darga in Kabbalas HaTorah. What's the Bir Adover? People's capability to drive themselves depends on Ratzon. You know that and I know that. There are people who are driven by the desire of wealth. It's everything. And every waking moment is preoccupied with that exertion. Another, money, wealth, doesn't move him. It just doesn't make that much of a difference to him. What is the most powerful force in the psyche of a human being? The will to live. What a person is capable of doing when his life is on the line is unbelievable. I say over a Maisa from a number of years ago that caught my attention, a Maisa in the Jewish world. A father, his baby's head was caught between two bars in the carriage. Later, that carriage was the subject of a reap, and no time to call Hatzalah. The neck was caught. The father saw the child would be strangled. It's already starting to turn blue. Maybe he had 30 seconds left. And with all his strength, he separates the iron bars. For $5 million, he wouldn't have been able to do that. But for his son, life and death, when driven by the madness, by the shigoyin of seeing his son dying before him, the impossible became possible. The will to live is so strong in the human psyche. A 5-year-old sees a car coming at him, high speed. The 5-year-old runs madly out of the direction of that car. A 2-year-old sees the same car coming, and yet he doesn't move. The difference, gentlemen, is not in the will to live. They both have ingrained in their psyche that will to live. The difference is in having the intelligence to realize when you're in a life-threatening situation. The cheshkas achayim, the desire for life, is shavabakol. It's non-discriminate. It's by one and all. But the intelligence to realize what is a life-threatening situation, in that there can be differences. And that explains the difference in attitude of our 2-year-old and 5-year-old. Not the will of live, but the intelligence to know when one's life is threatened, and therefore to respond. Everyone knows on some level, besichlis, that without Torah, there is no life. My life, your life. Bereshis bara Elokim es hashamayim v'es haaretz. Bereshis tells us chazal b'shvil ha'Torah. B'shvil ha'Torah, there's a world. Kadosh Baruch Hu is the stakel b'yoraisu bar alma. The building blocks of the world were the aleph beis of the Torah. All the nivroim, all of the malachim, all of the worlds in their entirety. Rabbi Volozhin famously said, if for one moment the world would be desolate from Torah, Kol ha'olam would be nechrav, the entire world would be destroyed and revert to sayuv avayu, to nothing, to vapor. If a person would be genuinely markish this, there would be no possibility of batola. Hashem by Maimed Har Sinai is telling us, he's doing an incredible favor for us. He's giving us a matona hachi taiv. You did Nasa v'nishma. That's truly wonderful. But now let me take you a step further. To channel your strong rotzen for life into Torah. Let me do something that forevermore will ingrain the message of Intikablu Aleichem Mutavim Lov Lav Shomtei Kavuraschem. With that matona taiva that lasts forever. Amar Reb Yeshua ben Levi Bas Kol Hara Yom Hazeh. You may be hear it in a physical sense, but it's ingrained in all of us. Yitzis goes out, may our chayre from our Sinai b'chol yom. Oy lahem lebris mi albayna shel Torah. That koyach Hesped goes out from our Sinai to arouse us. Gentlemen, imagine a person is drowning. His ship has sunk at sea. There's a hope that there's going to be a rescue, but it's hours and hours away. You've been weakened. You've been in that water for a number of hours, and you feel your strength ebbing from your body. You feel like you have a moment or two to live, and all of a sudden you see there in the water, you see in the waves of the ocean a wooden beam, a heavy wooden beam. It could support you. You're so weak, and yet you grab it with all your strength. Why? Because the person knows his life depends on it. And he's able to summon up from deep within the reservoir of his being a new strength he never even knew he had. Eitz Chaim hi l'machazikim bo, says Reb Chaim Volozhin. Eitz Chaim hi, the Torah is that tree of life. That metaphor of the man sinking and battling against the waves of the sea in a hopeless, wearying situation. And all of a sudden, the beam of wood appears. Atzola, Eitz Chayimi. It is a tree of life, but to whom is it a tree of life? L'machazikim bo. To those who grab a hold of it with all of their strength. For those who recognize it as life. I told you a story before with the Klosenberger Rebbe, one of the Goinei Torah, Marbitze Torah, Gedolim in America after World War II. A chassid came to him by Yom and the Royim, and he came for a bracha. This chassid had just begun a business, and it's very, very difficult, as one can imagine, getting a new business off the ground. And he came to the Rebbe Yom and the Roim for a bracha. And the Rebbe asked him if he learns every day. And he replied, a few minutes. How much time can I get in it? I'm so involved. The Rebbe said, you must learn every day, 2 hours minimum. Chassid replied, Rebbe, it's impossible. I in a few years, Pastor Hashem, I'll be on speed in a way that I have things on the ground, but not right now. Rebbe told them a story. In Europe, near Klausenberg, there was a town, and the Rav was a young man, early 40s, and he said a shir between Mincha and Mariv, and a young boy brought in few heavy svarim for the Rav. And afterwards, says the Rebbe, I asked this Rav, why didn't you bring it in for yourself? And he answered, I have very weak wrists. It's just too difficult for me. I can't carry that weight without injuring myself. A few years later, the Nazis, Yamach Shmum, invaded Hungary. And this Rav was taken to a labor camp. A labor camp, if you couldn't do the work, they would kill you. The Klosenberger Rebbe was in that same camp. And day in and day out, the Rav had to carry extremely heavy wooden beams. And said the Klosenberger, wow, did he carry them? Did he know how to schlep those heavy beams? How? Where did he get the strength? The weak wrists. Because he knew his life depended upon it. The Rebbe continued. He said to his chassid, you think I'm asking from you something toiv, something that's a nice idea. It's a good idea. It's so good to learn Torah 2 hours a day. It's good for you. You know, vitamins can be good for you too. And running a mile can be good for you too. And Torah's good for you. It's good for you. You think I'm asking from you something good. So you answer, but it's difficult. But no, I'm asking you something that's life itself. Life and death. If you recognize Eitz Chayimi, l'machazikim bo, then you would find 2 hours, and I really believe even many more. Rofu yedayim min atayra. Refidim was Rafu Yedayim min HaTorah. It was this aspect that they faltered in at Refidim, that the world is so shaky, I'm going to fall into the abyss in another second. I must hold on with all my might to survive, that this was the essence of Torah for Klal Yisrael, our life support. Without it, I'm going to be chayzer l'sayu. That fell apart in Refidim and Amalek came. And in its absence, there couldn't be a meaningful Kabbalah's HaTorah. Vayisu me Refidim. You first have to travel from Refidim. You first have to feed him. You have to abandon the idea that Torah is merely something that's good for you. You have to realize it's the Eitz Chaim l'machazikim. You have to hold on to it with all your strength, with all your power. It's your raft in the raging oceans of the world. You're being buffeted. You're going to fall. You're going to drown. Eitz Chaim l'machazikim. The way of sight of Kabbalah Satire. The matona v'akedush Baruch Hu there by Kofel Aleim Arkagigis to recognize Kiheim Chayenu. We are the Yarshim of this Hashkofa Be'es. Someone who feels he's falling, holds on for his dear life. It makes no difference. How many hours he slept the night before? At the time he is grabbing for life, all cheshbainis, because when a person lives with kihem chayenu, nothing makes any cheshbon. The Gedolei Yisrael, there's so many stories in all generations. Not only all their days, but in all their nights. They mamish lived with kihem chayenu. We're coming to Leil Shvuos. We're coming to again Kabbalah Satire. We're coming again to that Yom Adin of Torah, to that Maimed Har Sinai, to that Kabbalah Satire. By Yisu Merfidim, by Yovoyu Midbar Sinai, an abandonment of Rivkim Yodayim. Leil Shvuos, each and every one. Let's try to live with this concept. That's the kind of people we really want to emulate. One night a year, we want to be like Anoshim Gedalim, that understand that our shaykhs to Torah is koveya, our shaykhs to life itself. If we allow ourselves to drift away from Torah, we've drifted away from the chiyus of Kol Ha'olam Kulai, and all the mitzvahs and all the schools. To soothe our guilty conscience for not learning enough will not help. Kol ha'peirish min ha'teira, says Chazal, is kepeirish min ha'chayim. We spoke out, and we began with Yalkut Shimoni and Parshas Yisro. How this night is not just a remembrance, memorial, but it's the real thing. Again, we come back to that R that was there in the original Maimed Har Sinai and is in every year at the after as the result of this night, as we stand in the morning. By Kriyas HaTorah comes out the same avodah. It's interesting, and the kavanah in the Ari, it's the Ari. We don't have shaykhs to the Shara kavanahs of the Arizal. But the Arizal writes there, he who stays up on this night and he learns Torah all night, the Arizal says all kinds of havtochas, promises and guarantees to him. And he finishes, V'loi oid, el shekol chaye odom toli b'layla hazeh. The whole life of a person depends on this night. Vayisu merefidim, v'voyu midbar Sinai. You know, gentlemen, I think back in the recent past and all our past years, those of you who have been in the Kaisli Beis HaMedrash of the Mechina for a Leil Shvuos, I think back to the Marav that we hear on a yearly basis from Rav Sheftel Neuberger Shlita, his booming voice, his booming melodious voice with Baruch Hu es Hashem HaMavayrach, and the thunder is Baruch Hu es Hashem HaMavayrach li'olam vohed, that the Kahal responds. The Kihem Chayenu v'Yayrach Yomeinu Ahavoscho al Tosir Mimenu li'olamim. The Kabbalah is O Malchus Shomayim of a tzibur of 250 Bokrim led by Reb Sheftel. Ashma Yisrael Hashem Eloheinu Hashem Echad, followed by a Shmona Esra. where we silently declare each to ourselves in the Osiris of the moment, Ato v'chartonu mikol ha'amim, ahavta isonu v'rotzisa b'onu v'reimam tonu, mikol ha'lashoyai. Glorious. And the glorious base medrash, the Mechina base medrash, and all the classrooms and Batei Midrashim of the Ner Yisrael campus, the Kol Torah of hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of Bnei HaMechina, Bnei HaYeshiva, Avrechei HaKeilu Rabbeim, all learning in concert to a glorious night, hour after hour, moment after moment, second after second, mamish, with momentum, with retzifus. It's as if we were on a majestic ocean liner, riding high on the ocean's waves. What a glorious time. And yet this year, it's clearly the Ratzon Hashem that we have a very different Kabbalah Satira. And maybe for many of you, it'll be the most memorable Kabbalah Satira of your lives. The Kabbalah Satira of Tovshin Pei. The Kabbalah Satira of the year of the pandemic. It's a different reality. Each of us, in a certain sense, our ship has sunk. Certainly not available to take us through the waves of the ocean securely and safely. The reality, we're swimming. We're swimming in the ocean. We don't have our ship. We're swimming in the ocean. More than ever, our avodah is in comparative isolation to try to create on Leil Shvuos our own version of Eitz Chaim Hila Machazik Bo. You there in your basement, you there in your bedroom, you there by your desk, by the table in the dining room, or you there with the few people in shul. All of us missing the full support system, the mighty liner that carries us through the waves of Leil Shvuos. And tonight we have to swim on our own, but we have to keep that image that this is life itself. And this is the prerequisite for the glorious time of Maimon Har Sinai, of the Din on Yom HaDin of Torah. And it depends on our learning through the night. It's hard, it's difficult, it's more challenging than ever. By ourselves, by many of us, if not most of us. Eitz Chaim Hila Machazikim Bo. We have to realize that Torah is the Eitz Chaim. It's in the ocean, and in the turbulence of the ocean as we're fighting for our lives. There's an Eitz Chaim, but it's an Eitz Chaim only L'Machazikim Bo. Gemara says in Brachas, and I'll end with this. This is drush. I heard this drush just a week or two ago. Reb Oren Reich finished a mime where he was saying with this drush, he made very clear that I know it's not the Rabbeinu Yaina. Rabbeinu Yaina has another pshat, which is pshat. This is drush, but it's glorious drush for Tavshin Pei. It's glorious drush for that which is our avoid in particular on this month of Shvuos. The Gemara in Brachas says, Ayev Hashem sho'arim ha'metzuyonim b'halacha. Hashem loves. He loves the gates, the portals, the open passages that are mitzuyonim, distinguished b'halacha. Yaiser even more me, but they can see us who but they midrashes. The Batei Knesiyos, the Batei Midrashos are glorious. They're our fortress. They're our ocean liner in the water, in the seas of immorality that surround us, in the spiritual deluge that's all over. The Batei Knesiyos and Batei Midrash protect us. Says the Rebbeinu Shalom, there's something I love even more. Ein le Chazal say the shorim hametzuyonim b'halacha ein lo HaKadosh Baruch Hu b'yayomai el dalet am shel halacha bilvad. that bocher learning in his dining room. He has Dalit Amis that he takes up, Guf V'Shaladam, in his basement, and wherever it may be in comparative isolation. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is Oyev Es HaShorim HaMetzuyonim B'Halacha. Those gates that we open up, our own private gates, and we persevere, and we go against the tide of the ocean. We hold on for dear life. Where Yisu may refeed and we realize that Eitz Chayim Nila Machazikim Bo. And Mamela through that, we're Zaycha to be mamish, the beloved of the Rebbeinu Shalom. Ein lo ilakedesh Baruch Hu eladalad amish al halacha bilvad. This year it's Ratzon Hashem. We be mamish in the waters of the turbulent waters of the sea to grab on, to live with the reality. Eitz Chayim Nila Machazikim Bo. And our schar should be that never again we should be able to be back, Bahamunam, Barov Tzibur, be able to ride the ocean liner through the waves, high and mighty and beloved, mamish to the Shara Yerushalayim, to Binyan by a Shlishi b'meira the Omeinu, where mamish Mayim Liyam Mechasim, where Torah will be revered and loved by all. What's the key that we hope for in B'yas Goyel Tzedek? The key we hope in B'yas Goyel Tzedek, we say when we walk back the 3 steps of Shmona Esra, and we say the Yehiratzayin that Yibonah Beis Hamikdash b'meher v'stein chalkeinu b'seira secha. Should have a gewaltige Yonte, a gewaltige Kabbalah Satira, Geula Bekar.
Thank you, Abby. Shkayach.
Thank you, Abby.
Thank you, Abby.
Thank you, Yam.
Thank you, Abby.
Okay, Abby. Thank you, Yamtef.
Okay.
Thank you, Abby.
The following is Rav Calman's one and only chazara shmooze given at the end of the year during Masechta Bechinas Man. This is the shmooze where he's mechazik the olam to be koine and do chazara on Masechta again and again and again, including his favorite Masechta, Masechta Brachos.
Roughly a little over 10 months ago, we began the Neyam Bechina began a journey through the Yam HaTalmud. That Yam HaTalmud, Baruch Hashem, includes a plethora of Masechtas. Some of you, Masechta Megillah and Masechta Erechen. Some of you, Masechta Brachos. Others, Masechta Sukkah, Chagiga, Makis, and others, Beya, Saita, and all of you, Masechta Baba Basra. Some of you have done a number of dafim, the Iyun. Many of you have accomplished learning the Miskeret that the Mechina gave, in which you took Mechinas throughout large swaths of Masechta Baba Basra. And many of you have even accomplished the very difficult task of learning the entire Masechta. And this journey through the Yam HaTalmud of ours in Tavshin Ayin Tes, Tavshin Pei, has not been a very simple journey. HaKadosh Baruch Hu, in His infinite wisdom and His hashgacha, gave us a Nisoyan Achi Gadol. He sort of capsized the ship that's running through the Yam HaTalmud so smoothly, and brought upon us right after Purim, over these last couple of months, a pandemic that certainly tried very greatly our ability to continue to steig and continue to master. And from my experience and what I've seen, the Bnei HaMechina has responded marvelously, marvelously. The Hasmoda and the Kinyan HaTorah, the Kinyan HaMasechta, Bein Be'iyun, Bein Be'Vekiyas, I don't think it lost a beat, and I think if anything, that Torah Shalamadati B'Av that all the Darshanim are talking about, the Torah that's learned B'Av in a mood of Afal Pikein, it could be so well understood if that Torah was more ignored than before, when everything was well and everything was smooth, and we had an entire chevra, a base medrash that was full and overflowing, and we went through periods of isolation. Some of you are now back in the base medrash, and many of you are there at home in your own Dalet Amos Dika base medrash, maybe in your bedroom, maybe in your dining room, maybe in your study, wherever it may be. But the steiging continues. Torah Shalamadati B'Av Isha Omdoli. That's the Torah that Mamish has a maimed like no other Torah. The MS is what the rest of the world finds as a source of disconnection for us has been perhaps a sharpening of connection, and the sharpening of awareness of our relationship with the Borei Olam and our avodah in learning his Torah. And now we come to the final leg of the journey to a glorious week that, of course, began before this week. The Olam's already been chazering in a certain extent for a period of time. But now we reach what is an institution of the Mechina. When the rest of the world comes to the end of his man, there's a lexicon and language of winding down. Things slowly deteriorate and fall apart. But Baruch Hashem, by the Mechina, we know that the end of the Zman, it's mamish in the DNA of a Mechina Bacher that we wind up. And this week becomes a beautiful, beautiful opportunity of Ashrecha B'nei HaMechina, Ashrecha. This is that period. And I want to talk, of course, on the union of chazara. And I want to come back to a trusted source that we've been using the last few years. I used to say for a chazara shmooze, different shmoozim, series of shmoozim, different years. The last few years, to me, the words of the Maral are so basic and so important that they demand chazara on a yearly basis. We go 500 years back, some 500 years back to the 16th century. The Maral, great legendary Maral mi Prague, the master of Teiris Agadita and Teiris Hashkofa, his teaching, his vast writings 500 years ago remain fresh and studied and analyzed by great Talmidei Chachomim for their depth and their breadth. Ad hayom hazeh, ad the present times. Molei Chedushim, Ramesh Shapiro Zecher Tzadik Livrocha, one of the great Gaonim of our time. Ilui Otzim, who was nifter the past year or so. To him, the major study, he was a guy in B'chol Chedrei HaTorah, but a Maral was his vehicle of expression and exposition. When we go back to the Maral, we go back to somewhere in the 1500s. He's in the Beis Medrash HaGodol of Prague, and he has in front of him Talmidei Chachomim and their Talmidim, and he has an issue. He's just praised these Talmidei Chachomim for the acquisition of Eishes Chayil Miyimtza. Eishes Chayil Miyimtza Eishes Chayil, noch many Mefarshim, is going on Torah. And it begins, Eishes Chayil, Miyimtza Chayil is the Gematria, Memches 48. Where can you find someone that has acquired the Memches Dvarim Shatayra nickness that the Mishnah in Ovis speaks about? And yet, says the Maral, the Chachomim of Prague are begeder Eishes Chayil Miyimtza, acquirers of the Memches Dvarim Shatayra nickness by him. But today, on that day, in the Beis Medrash Hagadol in Prague, the Maral has an issue to bring up, an issue of where he sees a serious failure, even among these great Chachomim and their Talmidim. And he brings the Sugya in Sanhedrin on Sarites Amid Aleph. He brings the Sugya in Sanhedrin where the Gemara is going when the Pasuk in this past week's Parsha, Kidvar Hashem Bozo, Tikares, a very stern Pasuk. The word of God has been disgraced. The word of God has been humiliated. Tikares. And various Tanoim are coming to say Pshat in what this Kidvar Hashem Bozo, with this horrible indictment, can cover. Rabbi Yeshua ben Karcha Oimer, Kol Alaymei Torah, v'eino chayzer oleha. Anyone who learns Torah but doesn't do chazara on that Torah he learned, Daimeli Adam is similar to a person shezoreya v'eino kaitzer, who seeds a field, and then when it comes time to harvest the bounteous, beautiful crop, he's nowhere to be found to harvest it. He's abandoned the field. This chazal is a fascinating chazal. We're talking about a person that seems to be an expression of ultimate foolishness. A person who spent much money, energy, efforts, plowing a field, feeding it, nurturing it, being able to see a beautiful crop grow in that field. And now there's one thing left, and that's to harvest it. But he's already moved on to other fields. He's already moved on to other endeavors. And he's busy planting and nurturing them. And he ignores this bounteous crop, ignores it to the wild animals of the field and to the birds of prey to swoop down and take it on their own. What a foolish person. And kol alaymei Torah v'eino chayzer aleha, daimeli adam shezoreya v'eino kaitzer. And it's important to hear the lashon of Rabbi Yeshua ben Karcha. Rabbi Yeshua ben Karcha is not talking about a batlin. Rabbi Yeshua ben Karcha is not talking about somebody who learned the Masechta, never paying much attention to it, doesn't know Pshat in the Sugya, doesn't understand this Gemara or that Gemara, in and out of the Masechta. That's not what he's talking about. He's talking about Kol Alaymei Torah. He's talking about someone who learned it seriously. Just like our gentleman farmer who was the Zoreya. He was a Lamed. He learned the Masechta and he worked on it. And he came to understand all of the Gemaras. And you and I know that's no easy accomplishment and no automatic accomplishment. You can learn and not understand. You can learn and be confused. You can learn and you can miss the point. But our Lomed has learned and he knows his Masechta. He's had Pilpul Chaveirim and he's learned the Gemara again and again. We're not talking about a Lamed that learned it one time. We're talking about a one who was a Lamed, who clinched it, who knows it, who understands it, who you can go over and be mafapul with him in the Masechta. He knows Pshat. But our Lamed, just like our Zoreya, v'eino kaitzer, upon finishing the Masechta, has moved on to other areas, new areas, untouched areas. to learn them. And what he has just learned and is just finished, he leaves behind without that chazara. Kol alayme Torah, v'eina chayzer, is daime la'odem shezoreya v'eina kaitzer. And the Maral then explains, there are two issues where we abandon chazara and we are zoreya v'eina, we are daime mamish to the zoreya v'eina kaitzer. One of those issues is very apparent and understood by all of us. Another one is Maralian in scope and depth. But we want to cover both. And we want to give over the words. I know that one of the asaidas for a speaker, for a darshan, is not to read from a sefer, but to say balpeh. But these words that are maral are too rich. They're too rich. They're too broad. They're too beautiful and poetic. They have to be read inside. V'chazoras halimud hu hakol. He's addressing his island. Chazoras halimud hu hakol. That's everything. V'hovro, and the opposite, the abandonment of chazara, hu siluk haTorah. It's the removal of Torah. The ador hazeh, and this generation, he says, a stinging indictment to those Talmidei Chachomim sitting in the island before him. They don't seem to be bothered. They don't seem to want that the Torah shouldn't flee from them. And they don't train their Talmidim, lags or alimudim, to chazer properly. How could anyone think that anything is going to remain by them? Ki af im chayzer olav. Truth be told, don't we all know? Ki af im chayzer olav. Even if you do chazer on it, the characteristic of Torah, Torah is God's word. Torah is God's kedusha. Torah v'yaraisa chadu. Is it so pashit? Ki divrei Torah l'richak shelahem min ha'adam. Divrei Torah. Torah is not American history. It's not English literature. It's not even physics and advanced calculus. It's the word of God. It's the word of God. Hari amarnu ki divrei Torah l'richuk shelahem min ha'adam neichen li'abed. It's so easy to lose it. Referring the stomach to the Gemara in Chagiga. Divrei Torah koshel liknaisan kechli chesef v'kli zov. Divrei Torah are difficult to make a firm kinyan, mamish, like acquiring the most expensive golden and silver kalim. V'nayach li'abdon, but it is simple enough to lose them. Kekli zchuch is like glassware. They're fragile. You're a human being. The Torah is the word of God. Torah Shebal Peh is the word of God transmitted through his Chachomim, the Chachmei HaTorah, the Chachmei HaShas. It's kosher Nisan, but it's not the pshat that once you were kind, you can rest on your laurels. I learned the Masechta. I finished the Masechta. I aced the weekly Bechinas. I did extremely well on the Prakim Bechinas. I'm safe and sound. I've got it. I've got it. By golly, I've got it. Divrei Torah kosher Nisan. Kechli chaseh v'chli zov. V'noyach la'abden kechli sechusis. The ain't sort of raya. Shebemesh ein chayzer mal limudam. That with this, that they don't chazer on their learning, tistalik ha'Torah legamrei. The Torah is removed from them completely. You don't chazer the Masechta that you learned this year, and see how well you remember it 3 years hence. Boy, did you learn it well. Boy, were you limed. Boy, did you do well. Boy, do you understand every Masechta. Try not learning it for 3 years. I'm just arbitrarily making up 3. It's probably less than that. And see what happens. See how well you remember it. Says the Maral, Shezeh nimtza harbe. You ain't sort of raya. You don't need a raya. Shebemesh ein chayzer mal limudam. Tistalik Atayra Legamre. Shazen Nimsa Harbe Betalmud. You have all kinds of cases in Shas. Different Tanoim, different Amoroyim. How much these giants, they were mamish chayzer alimudam constantly, with a great amount of times. The zehoyakoli mudam, their ikar limud was the chazara. Hakol kedei shetei atayra ima adam shabazeh yikra bal atayra loizul and not without it. V'hu ayosid, it's the peg. Shakol tolibo, that everything depends on it. Everything depends on that chazara. So the morale is explained to us. Number one, not a chiddush gadol. How can you go without chazara? To go without chazara is to bring nothing more than shikachas hatayra front and center. It's fascinating how many Rashis there are in Shas. I saw in one sefer bringing all the Rashis in Shas, where Rashi winds up learning Pshat in the Gemara when it's talking about Torah, Talmidei Chachomim, that it's referring to Chazara. Nachamol and Nachamol and Nachamol in Rashi. Chazara, Chazara, Chazara. That's Rashi's theme throughout Shas. Because without Chazara, how can we remember? The Torah becomes forgotten from us. We're like the Zoreya Soda, the Eino Kaitzer. And he says, Kizen Nikra Dvar Hashem Bosa. This is called Dvar Hashem Bosa. B'meh Shemalamed, that he learns, Lume. V'yeino Chayzer Alimudo Tomit. Shedoimus, says the Maral. Lizoreya V'yeino Kaitzer. Rak Meiniach Sham. What foolishness, what idiocy, and what disgrace. Meiniach Sham Azera, to leave in the field the seed that he planted, spent money on, kayach, nurtured. Hazera belichluch, ubezoyin ha'ofer mino adama, umeinicha li'ayfis hashamayim lecho, she'ein lecha bezoyin kamayu. You have nothing like it, bezoyin. And kamo kain, aloymid v'yein chayzer al talmudai, meinicha bebezoyin v'yayser, shemavaza isa, v'yeino makpid, on what is going to be the automatic result. Al shetistalai, the Torah is going to depart. V'teilach lali even go, we even lost. But then the Maral does a step further. And the Maral says a chiddush nifla. Chiddush nifla that should be such a chizuk for chazara. Not just a question of bezoyin HaTorah. It's not just a question of forgetting whatever you learned and spent so much time on nurturing and getting clear, and then it's all lost. A few years down the road, it's just a memory, maybe a fond memory, but a memory that stings and hurts because you don't remember the Gemara. It's not there with you. That's one point. In our Zoreya V'yeina Kaitzer, our Loimed V'yeina Chayzer. But he says there's an additional idea in Loimed V'yeina Chayzer al Talmudo. Being Daima Kemisha Zoreya V'yeina Kaitzer. He says Zoreya, the seeding of the plant, is in the physical dirt. Where do you plant the seeds? In the dirt. And as long as the seeds and the subsequent beautiful plant, as long as it remains in the ground, kol ha'mechuber lekarka kekarka domi. Whatever's attached to the ground has a din like the ground itself. It's still the beautiful plants, rows and rows of stalks of grain, shimmering in the midday sun, beautiful like gold on the ground, valuable and worthwhile. But if you leave it there and you don't harvest it and you don't bring it into your silo, the diuk of the mashal of Zoreya V'yeina Kaitzer is incredibly medukta, times the Maral. It's telling me that as long as you're Zoreya V'yeina Kaitzer, it's still part of the Adoma. It only gets its own independent identity. It only becomes itself when it's tolish. Not as long as it's mechuber lekarka, it's kekarka. Says the Maral, there's a reason why Rabbi Yeshua ben Karcha is picking this mashal to the low-made, the Ein Chayzer. Because even when you learn, and you learn beautifully and you learn well, and you know your Masechta, you've learned, you're aligned. But when you learn, your personage is a physical human being. And you're learning even when having learned it well. Rabbi Yeshua ben Karcha is drawing us a picture in the Dimyon to the Zoreya V'Eina Kaitzer, that Torah and that Chochma, that Sichel, that Seichel, that Dvar Sichli is part of your guf and not separate from your guf. And Memela, it carries the weaknesses of the flesh, the weaknesses of the guf, the weaknesses in midus, the weaknesses in seichel that are entailed in being a chumri. Kol ha-mechuber lekarka kekarka domi. As long as the Torah I learn is mechuber to the guf, it's keguf domi. It hasn't yet reached its fullness, and we haven't reached its full understanding. Because of full understanding, Torah's Hashem. How can you and I, physical beings, really understand, really know what we're talking about in something that's so halig, that's so kaddish, as Tyrus Hashem? How do we think it's possible? Says the Maral, that's Rabbi Yeshua ben Karcha's deeper meaning. Kol ha-zayreya v'yeina kai, kol ha-chayzer v'yeina loymei, ki-zayreya v'yeina kaitzer. The Torah hasn't been liberated yet to be the real Dvar Hashem, that you think like the Rebbeinu Shalom wants you to think in his Heilige Torah, that you understand it to the level you can understand it. It's not enough to be a Lamed. You have to be a Chayzer. You have to be someone that chazers, not just to prevent it from being forgotten, as important as a goal as that is, but to make it the Dvar Hashem within you. L'may nafkamina, l'may nafkamina, the clarity, the beauty, the full engagement, the full appreciation of the Heiligkeit, of the Kedusha, of the Giloyim that lie within every word of Torah, every Omid of Gemara. As long as you're an Ein Chayzer, Kol ha-mechuber lekarka kekarka domi. Kol ha-mechuber leguf keguf domi. It doesn't get that enlightenment. It doesn't get that kedusha. And the Maral finishes off. V'ilu hoye b'nei adam noisnem libam ledover zeh. If you and I would pay attention to this concept, Yerutzu v'lo yigo yelchu v'lo yiyofu. We would run without becoming weary. We would go without becoming tired. Lirdov, to pursue. Acha chazor is talmudam yaiser v'yaiser. After the chazara of learning more and more and more, it can't be any extremity when it comes to that pursuit, that liberating pursuit of chazara that brings the Torah to a whole different level. Frees it from the tying in to the weakness of the guf, liberates it to the clarity of the sichli and the shoma, and makes it eternal. And perhaps, says the Maral, that's the pshat in the Gemara in Baba Basra. Maybe that's the pshat in the Gemara that many of you learned on Daf Yud, Amid Beis and Baba Basra, where the Gemara talks about Rabbi Yosef, the son of Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi, that he became sick, he fainted, and he traveled to the other world, went up l'shamayim, and then was allowed to return. And when his father, Rav Yeshua ben Karcha, asked him, what did you see in heaven? What did you see in those moments that you were there? So among what he said, he told him that he heard that they said, Ashrei mi shebo lekan v'talmudai biyodai. Fortunate is the one that comes to this Olam HaEmes, and his Talmud is mamish biyodo. It's there in his hands. It's out in the open. He's proud of it. He wants to show it off. He knows it inside out. Ashrei Misha Bo Lekan, the Talmud biyodo. And they also say, Haruge Malchus, I heard them saying, those who are martyrs to the Roman government and are killed on their decrees because they're Al Kiddush Hashem, Ayin Shom in the Maisa with the Haruge Lud, Al Kiddush Hashem. Ein Adam Yochel Lamod b'Mechitzosan. No one is able to stand in their partition in Olam Haba. They're separate. We would think when we learned that Gemara that these are two disparate, separate dvarim. I heard about Ashrei Misha Bo Lekan the Talmud biyodai. I heard about the Haruge Malchus, that no one can be in their place. Says the Maral, no. Those two Gemaras and Chazalin are totally related. Because the Haruge Malchus, what's the pshat? They were Meiser Nefesh. They gave up their guf. They gave up their Chaye Olam Hazeh. They gave up their connection to this world that's so important to humankind. They gave it up. And they gave it up L'man Kiddush Hashem. And in doing that, they showed that they're not really Gashmi, that they were liberated from the pool of the Adam and the Adama, the Guf. They were Neshama Dika Yidden. They could live Al Kiddush Hashem. And when they come to Olam Haba, they don't have to shake off the bonds of the Guf. They don't have to somehow get away from the bonds of the Guf. They've been liberated already in Olam Hazeh. They died L'man Kiddush Hashem. Says the Maral, that's the pshat also. And Ashrei Misha Bo Lekan v'Talmudoi biyodai. Talmudu biyodo is the pshat der chazard. Nochamol and Nochamol and Nochamol. He chazard. And Memela, he freed himself from the bonds of the guf while he was alive. It was a seichel elokai. He was in the Neshama Dika Yid. That's what you become in your when you're chazering and you're holding a chazara through a lifetime. Nochamol v'nochamol. That's the greatness of chazara. And Memela, that's the Ashrei Misha Bo Lekan the Talmudu biyado. And that's the connection to the one who dies Al Kiddush Hashem. They're both different than the rest of the world. The rest of the world are connected with the guf, connected to the world. That's where they're comfortable. These two groups, the Ashrei Misha Bo Lekan v'Talmudu biyodai, and the one who died Al Kiddush Hashem, they had already liberated their guf in this world. They were Neshama Dika Yidden. That's the difference. That's our Maral. That's the indictment of the Maral. And we should know that that has been the way of Gedolei Yisrael throughout the generations. Rav Chatzkel Abramsky, Zecher Tzadik Livrocha, from the great Gaonim of the 20th century, the Rosh Yeshiva Zatzal Rav Ruderman would talk on Rav Chatzkel Abramsky with a tremendous aim. The Mechaber of the Chazon Yecheskel, multi-volumes on Tosefta. The Chazon Yecheskel would say, you think that Gedolei Yisrael grow and become Gedolim because of their tremendous kishrin, or maybe because of their tremendous hasmada. And he says it's certainly true. They are muchsharim, and they are masmidim. But it's not because of that that they became great. It was because of Dover Echad v'Yochid, one solitary thing, that they became the great people they became. And that was Ki Ein Chazru v'Chazru v'Chazru. They constantly were holding in chazara. The chazara is what changes the Divrei Torah to mechudadim b'ficha. And then it becomes mechudad belev. And the Odin himself becomes mechudad, sharpened by Torah. And that's how a gadol is matzliach. And it grows further and further. The Sefer Megnucha v'Kedusha to Rabbi Isser Miponovich, who was from the Gedolei Talmidi of Rav Chaim Volozhin. He writes the famous dover that we heard before, I'm sure, that the Gayan, there were many Talmidim that wanted to join the Gayan select group, the Gra select group, to be from his Talmidim. But he had a bechina that he gave. It was a very fascinating bechina. There may have been other facets also, but the first step in the bechina is he would give the Talmud, the potential Talmud, an Amid of Gemara to learn. And he would have him sit down in his base medrash, and he would leave him there for hour after hour after hour. The hours mounted up. And the Gayan would notice every so often, take a look. Is the cheshik growing with every passing hour? Is he throwing himself into that same Torah? It's the same Torah. These were anybody that wanted to be by the Gross base medrash was certainly a Baal Kishrin. You give him an Amid of Gemara, no, 30 minutes. I've got it down pat. By the end of 2 hours, I know it in my sleep. What about by the end of 4 hours and the end of 6 hours? The end of 7 hours? And the Gayan would constantly be looking every so often to see if the geschmack and the enjoyment, the exhilaration would be growing hour after hour. Then he knew he's mastered the Yesod of chazara. He knows how geschmack it is. He's ready to be a potential Talmud. We all know the story with Rav Chaim Volozhin. You know the story with Rav Chaim Volozhin that when he came in front before the Gra as a youngster, a teenager of 19 years old, and the Gra gave him a bechina, and the Gra was very satisfied to have him as a Talmud. He was an Eliyotzim, a Masman Achigoda with an ironclad Zikaron. But he said to the Gra, you know, I'm 19 years old, I've chazered Seder Moyed 14 times, but it's still not clear and sharp by me the way I would like it to be. How many times do I have to learn it that it should be clear? And the Gra answered him, Bit Mia, 14 times? You want that it should be clear by you? He said, Reb Chaim, so if it's not, then how many times? 101? And the Gayan answered him, Ein le hadover shir klal, there is no measurement. Kol yemei chayecha, bi'amud v'hachzer koi, all the days of your life, you should be bi'amud v'hachzer, constantly, always. You know, Maron Rav Shach, from our generation, lived into the 21st century. Maron Rav Shach Zatzal, once a Bacher came to him a little bit upset. Bacher came to him that he's changing yeshivas, was looking forward to this change, but now he finds out that the new yeshiva is learning the same thing as he learned in the last yeshiva. He's going to have to learn it again. He doesn't know what to do. He's so upset. And Maron Rav Shach looks at him as a Martian come down to Earth from outer space. Yeah. He says, I don't know your problem. He says, I've learned, say this was later in the life of Rav Shach, I've learned Gan Seder Noshim and Gan Seder Nezikin 260 times. And I can't wait to learn it again. And you, because you learned it already in one place, are restless. How are you ever going to learn it again in the next place? You already learned it once. Rav Shach spoke out to his Talmidim that the minig when he was a bacher is after you learned the Masechta, you chazered it at least 6 to 8 times. But Rav Shach said he himself was very makbid on chazara. He would always chazer any Masechta he finished after he finished it 18 times. Kachavi. I speak out to you often at this time with the Maisa with Ramesha Feinstein. Also, from our door from the last half of the 20th century. He was an old man. And he was called over his housebocher. This was after his Rebbitzin had been nifteris. He had a housebocher living with him. And he told him to go to the bakery and buy a special roll, a special type of roll. I don't know exactly what type, but something special. And when the bocher showed a sign of amazement, this was not Rav Moshe's style. He would eat whatever he had. Rav Moshe explained that today's a special day because today he's finished Masechta Yevomis for the 1,000th time. And I always say to you that my hishtaimim on the Maisa, I'm the shtaim. I don't know how you do Yevomis 1,000 times in one lifetime. I don't know. Okay, but hey, this is Rav Moshe. Okay, it's not me, it's Rav Moshe. So good. He finished Yevomis 1,000 times. But what I find fascinating is that he actually knew it was the 1,000th time. He actually knew. You would have imagined somewhere like by time 446, right? He already started losing count. But Rav Moshe obviously kept count. Why did he keep count? Because chazara is what it's all about. Ashrei Misha Bolakan v'Talmudu b'Yodu. He treasured it. In your Gemaras that you're finishing in Tov Pei, you should have a place on the back page where you can mark off the times of chazara. And hopefully, when you're middle-aged, in your 50s, you'll be able to reach 100, 200. Kol HaPochos 101. And that was chazara. That was our gedolim. No. I'm expected to say over the Maisa. So I'll say it over. Say it every year just about. The Maisa with Reb Avram, with Reb Eliezer Yosef Letterberg. Reb Eliezer Yosef Letterberg was a Yid, a Mea Sha'arim Dika Yid, a Yerushalayim Dika Yid. And Reb Eliezer Yosef was a Talmud Chacham, but he had no position. He was like many Mea Sha'arimniks who wasn't a Talmud Chacham. He was a Talmud Chacham. He had a stationery store, sold papers and writing implements in Shar Yafo. And that's how he was living. That was his parnosa. A finer Ben Torah, Talmud Chacham, businessman. And slowly he realized he was losing his eyesight. He went to the top ophthalmologist. In those days in Yerushalayim, the ophthalmologist checked him very, very, very carefully and then told him this sad psak: you're going blind. And the only thing that's going to save you is a very difficult, complex surgery of the eye that may or may not be successful. And he came home crestfallen, forlorn. He said to his family, what's going to be? Tyra, Limudat Tyra. If I lose my sight, what's my connection? What's my shaykhis? How do I live? Ki heim chayenu. He went back to the office of the doctor the next day and had a discussion. And he came out of that office a little bit more content. He realized that he had 6 months that he could wait for the surgery before he had to worry about the terrible results of being blind. And he sat himself down in the Beis HaMedrash. Let somebody else run the business. And he sat down and he learned day in and day out, night in and night out. And at the end of the 6 months, he appeared for his surgery by the ophthalmologist. The surgery was done. His eyes totally bandaged, and they'd have to remain bandaged for a few weeks before they'd be able to see if the results were successful or not. But he comes from the hospital when he's released, content, happy, and the family doesn't understand. He was so upset when he found out what's going to be with his Torah. Shouldn't he be a nervous wreck now? Maybe the operation will work, maybe it won't work. He says, no. That I went back to the doctor's office that second day to find out how much time I had before I'd have to have the surgery. And he told me I had 6 months. And once I knew I had 6 months, I sat myself down with the Masechta Beya and the Masechta Rosh Hashanah. And I learned it, and I learned it, and I learned it, and I chazared it. And by the end of the 6 months, I mamish had the Masechta Baal Peh, Gemara, Rashi, Baal Peh, every sugya, every dover. So I know that whatever the result is going to be, halvai it should be successful. Halvai I continue learning other areas of shots. But I know that I have Rosh Hashanah in Beya. I know I have something that b'dibarto bom, in all the wherever I go, I have a b'dibarto bom. I have that Torah. And Taka, after a few weeks, the bandages were removed. Baruch Hashem, our Rebbe Elazar Yosef was able to see, was able to continue learning in other areas as well. But he always kept a starke Seder in Chazarin, Beya, and Rosh Hashanah. And when the Matzeva of our Rebbe Eliezer Yosef, it reads, V'lomad v'chozer bal peh. Our Rebbe Eliezer Yosef, who's lying here on Har Menuches. By the way, we say all the time, you can visit his kever. I've been by his kever, and I have pictures from Talmidim that sent me from his kever. He's there in Har Menuches, right near the Chalukah of the Belzer Rebbe, not so far away. And there's a big sign leading you to that kever. Why? Because there on the Matzeva, Lomad v'chozer bal peh l'mayla me'arbolas alofim pam, more than 4,000 times Masechta Beya and Rosh Hashanah. It was Nifter in this week in Chodesh Sivan in 1954, Tovshin Yudalid. That's what it says. And there's a postscript on that Matzeva. And the postscript says, Ubitzavosu Kosa. In his will, he wrote, his children quote this, maybe it's Kedai to engrave on my Matzeva that I did 4,000 times Rosh Hashanah and Beya. Maybe someone will read it and he'll be makabel in himself to do something similar. And there's a postscript, not just on the Matzeva, but to the story itself. There was a family in Yerushalayim, Choshev, a Torah Dika family. And one of their children, teenager who had been learning, was swept away by less than good friends, bad friends, and was leaving really the world of Torah and of mitzvahs. And after a period of time, he all of a sudden came back, renewed and refreshed his allegiance to Torah, and today he's a Choshev Marbitz Torah in Yerushalayim. And the family asked him, what brought you back? You were teetering and tottering. What brought you back? He said, one day when I was on a low, it's nothing like walking through a cemetery, I guess, when you're depressed. And he was walking among the graves in Har Menuches. And his eye is all of a sudden caught as he passes by this particular grave. And he sees that the person buried there learned 4,000 times Masechta Beya and Rosh Hashanah. And it doesn't say anything on the Matzeva about him being one of the Ga'inei Adar, one of the Gedolei Olam. He was a shopkeeper. But Taka learned Torah. And yet, 4,000 times. Who am I? How many times have I learned Beya and Rosh Hashanah? I'm ready to just walk away from it all. How can I do that? You know, first let me learn 4,000 times Beya and Rosh Hashanah, and then we'll make decisions. Yeah, this is the Matzeva of Rebbe Eliezer Yosef Lederberg, the glory of chazara. We always talk at this point in time the Hadron Aloch of the Masechta that you and I finished in Tovshin Pei. Hadron Aloch, we say, You say something very interesting. Maybe some of you during this year finished a novel or a nonfiction book. Maybe some of you finished a whole advanced calculus book, American history book, English literature book. One thing I'm zicher, that when you finished it, you didn't say anything like the Hajjan Allah that we say when we finish a Masech. Hajjan Allah, it's personal, gentlemen. It's personal. There's nothing personal about your mission. It's not like I identify with my advanced calculus book. I hope not. There are good therapists in the world, but whatever. I hope not. But when we finish Shas, we become very, very personal. Hajjan Allah wa Hajjan Chalon. We're going to return to you. You're going to return to us. We just finished you. But don't think that means we're finished. We're going to return to you. You're going to return to us. Daitan Allah v'daita Chalon. Our mind is on you. Our intimacy. Yediyah is intimate. Our intimacy is on you, our das, and you with us. And most importantly of all, we will never forget you. You should never forget us. The hafla of a fella, it's a lashon of Kenei L'Chacham. It's the sector that you're about to sit down with and go from Beis Omer Aleph to the end of the sector. As one word has a chazara that will be chazara. It's Kenei L'Chacham. You're acquiring a friend, but a friend that's going to be with you forever. The day comes in this world, it's ephemeral and passing and transitory. Be it 80 years, be it 100 years. How many years? They carry you to your grave, and your friends and your mishpach and your relatives bury you. And then, of course, even the dearest and lovingest of the friends and family have to turn their back and leave. And you're left alone. Alone. Terribly alone. But not if you have a Masechta. That Masechta is there for you. That Masechta comes to keep you warm. That Masechta comes to keep you company. That Masechta does not abandon you. And the emes is, it's not just the words in our Masechta. It's a Beferish Mishnah in Ovis, Rabbi Yaisi ben Kisma. V'layai, Elisha b'shas petirosu shaladam. At the time of his death, happens to all of us. Ein melavim lo liyadam, lo ketzev lo izah, v'lo yavonim taivus. They don't fill up your grave with gold and silver and beautiful diamonds. Gishmak, am I going to have a good time in that grave with all my money that I acquired and all my silver and gold and diamonds? I'm not even going to miss this world. No, they don't bury it with you. It wouldn't help if they did. Ella, Tayru umasim toivim bovad. There's only Tayru. Shenamar, bisalechacha. We say this in every siyum. Bisalechacha tanka osach, and you're going, you will be accompanied. Bishil shichbacha, tishmar alecha. V'hakitzosu, and when you awaken, he to sichecha. What do those three parts of the pasuk mean? Says Rabbi Yaisi ben Kisma in Perek Vav Mishnah Tes in Ovis. It's your friend. It will be with you wherever you go in this world. When you go to sleep of death, Tishmar Olechu, it will protect you, but kever in the grave. It will be there to keep you warm and to keep you secure, to keep you confident. When you awaken, he tisichech, it'll be your conversation. La'ilam haba. Chazara. Kol alayim v'yeina chayz. Kezereya v'yeina kaitz. You know, gentlemen, David HaMelech, the Gemara in the end of Brachas. I'm getting almost finishing. David HaMelech, in his old age, His begodim couldn't keep him warm. Samach Beis Amid Beis in Masechta Brachos. And the reason the Gemara says is Kol HaMevazeh HaBegodim. If you're Mevazeh Begodim, and David tore the edge of the beged of Shaul, he was Mevazeh Begodim. Kol HaMevazeh HaBegodim Sof Eino Nene Mehem. In the end, he has no pleasure from them. And the Balei Musa bring Talmidei Reb Yisrael Salan to Reb Itzel, that idea is true equally by Ruchnius, by spirituality. If you're a Mezalzel Baruchnius, what's a Mezalzel Baruchnius? What's a Mavazeh Baruchnius? Reb Yeshua ben Karcha tells us in Sanhedrin, Ki Dvar Hashem Boza, Ze Haloi Mitayra, V'yeino Chayzer. Someone who learns Torah and doesn't chazer, he has nothing. And a whole lifetime, you let the learning get away. What you learned 2 years ago is a memory, but just a memory, but not a memory that you learned it, but nothing more. And so it is. So it is, can be a lifetime. If one doesn't chazer, it's mavazeh es hachazara. It's a mavazeh es hatayra. And when you want it, when you need it so much, the warmth, the security, all is cold and freezing. It's like David HaMelech, mavazeh es habegodim. This week is to see, are you a miyaker Torah? Do you have a preciousness for Torah? And then, gentlemen, you may be youngsters, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, the beginning of your lives. And in some way, the smach bacher b'yaldusecha of your lives. But there will come a time, Be'ezus Hashem, where you'll be in your middle 80s, Be'ezus Hashem, and you'll be walking on your cane, and your Masechta from Tafshin Pei will be there to warm you. And there's a well-known story that took place with 3 Gedolei Olam contemporaries, all Talmidim of Slobodka, Rav Avram Yitzchak Kook, Rav Moshe Mordechai Epstein, Rav Isser Zalman Meltzer, famous names in the annals of 20th century Torah. They were meeting. They happened to come together on vacation in Chodesh Av in a hotel in Tel Aviv. What did they do on their vacation? They were already old men. They couldn't go surfing. They, certainly couldn't do sky gliding. And so what did they do for thrills? 85-year-olds. What are they supposed to do on vacation? They all had learned together, as we said, in Slobodka. And they turned to each other on the bench outside the hotel and they said, no, let's do something exciting. Let's each one of us pick one Masechta and do it bal peh in front of the other 2. And let's see if we can catch you on any mistake you make. And Rav Kook did Masechta Shabbos, and Rav Isser Zalman did Masechta Yavomis. Moshe Mordechai did a 3rd large Masechta. They had phenomenal memories, no question about it. Yes, but old men, all the same, on a bench, they kept warm, cozy. When young, they had been miyaka. They had chazir and chazir and chazir. And when they were old, that same Torah continued to be with them, keep them warm here in this world, again in the kever, and in the la'asad lavo of the olam haba as well. Gentlemen, this is the opportunity in front of us. It's a lifetime opportunity, but it's an incredible opportunity. It's important for you to keep up your momentum. It's important to learn and to learn and to learn this week. Not to allow what happens sometimes during the year. You learn, you stop. You learn, you stop. Doesn't have the same momentum. There's the yesod that we talked about, the yesod of momentum. And I also want to remind you that Hopefully this will be a week of tremendous aliyah. But it's not like the Yetzer Hara goes to sleep for the week. There can be aliyahs and there can be yeridas. Don't be scared and don't let yourself become paralyzed by those yeridas. Get up, wipe yourself off, and continue onwards. Onwards, weiter and weiter. This skill, this enjoyment, this pleasure that you're participating in this week should just be an enjoyment that continues throughout life. Chazer, to chazer, to chazer. And maybe at the end, we just finish with one Maisa from the Medrash Tanchuma. The Maisa of the Chassid Echad who lived in a town, in a house on the outskirts, and came time, and he died. And there was no one there even to notice. And all of a sudden, an unfamiliar woman came to town, and she started crying, shrieking, gathered people around her in her mourning about this Chassid Echad who was so loyal to her and kept her so well and was so beloved to him, and how chashiv he was. And they all gather, all the women, and the Chevra Kadisha come and do a tahara, bikdusha, v'chashivas. After all, what this woman has described, and he has a chashiv levaya. And they ask this woman what her name is. She says, my name is Chagiga. And after the Chassid Echad is buried, she disappears. And the Medrash Tanchuma understood that wasn't really a person. It was Masechta Chagiga that came down for someone who loved it, someone who treasured it, someone who learned it again and again and again and again throughout a lifetime. Chagiga apparently those days was a little bit of a not so much learned Masechta, a rather ignored Masechta. The Iker learning was in Nezikin and Noshim. And this Chassid Echad cherished it and beautified it and learned it Nochamol and Nochamol and Nochamol. And Masechta Chagiga came down to take care of him and give him his last honors. Halvai, our Masechta of Tafshin Pei should be our Masechta of Tafshin Sadi and Weiter and Weiter. Ad Bias Gael Tzedek b'meir v'yomeinu and Ad Yom Machreinim on earth. And we should be able to take it with us on all eternity and all the future that's before us. It should be what keeps us warm, what keeps us refreshed. It's all in our hands to do and to accomplish. Ashreichem b'nei ha-mechina, Ashreichem.
Rosh Hashanah shmooze 57-875.
This is our minig to begin this shmooze. The words of the Python, Musaf Rosh Hashanah, Unesana Taikef Kedushas Hayayim. Let us give powerful expression to the sanctity of this day. Kihu Naira V'oyim. Because it's a day that's awe-inspiring and more than fearful. Ubashofer Gadol Yitoka, and that great shofar he will blow. The kol demoma daka yishoma, and there'll be a voice of a very still silence that will be heard. Umalachim yechofezun, and even the angels of above will be caught in a haste to finish their shlichus. V'chil u'ra'oda yochezun, and the trembling and the fear will grab a hold of those malachim dike beings, those elyonim. V'yomru, and they will say, Hinei yom hadin. Behold, it's the yom hadin. Livkait even al tzvom morim badin. Even to visit those of the heavenly beings, the malachim badin. Ki lo yizku b'einecho badin, Kol boy oilam yavrun lefonecha kibnei moroim v'sachto kitzvo l'chol briyosecha v'sichto v'gzar dinam. Kama yavrun, kama yiboreyan, miyichya umiyomus. I've shared before a story from one of our gedolim of the last generation, Rav Calman Zecher Tzadik Livrocha. It was the year 5761, some 13 years ago, and he was accompanied home from Mincha on Erev Rosh Hashanah by a local Maggid Shir, who during the past year had tragically lost his teenage daughter in a car accident. And when the Maggid Shir brought up the subject of how a Yid must accept whatever happens as Ratzon Hashem, Rav Pam told him, how it happened is irrelevant. When people would discuss how a certain person had died, my mother, said Rav Pam, my mother Aleha Sholem, would always say, the cause of death, he died from the Nisan Taikif. And Rav Pam paused, and he said, tomorrow we will once again say Unisan Taikif. I always read to you the letter of Rav Dessler, that the Baal Michtav Eliyahu, Rav Eliyahu Eliezer Dessler, wrote in the year 1936. Rav Dessler was in London, and he was writing to his young teenage son, who was learning in a yeshiva katan in Vilkamer in Lytton, Lithuania. And he wrote him a statement that is an incredible statement for this alone, a legacy to carry with us. He says, and he writes to his son, he's writing this Mamish Parshas Netzovim Vayelech, Erev Rosh Hashanah. I remember when I was at the cusp of my youth, and I remember hearing from my father, Zatzal, that when he wanted to ponder, to understand the far-reaching consequences and judgment of Rosh Hashanah, he said to me that it's on us to ponder, just look at the past. Look at everything that happened in the past year. How many Yisurin, how many tragedies, how many difficulties came down to the world. And then, looking in retrospect to that past year, we can understand the actions and the effects of the past Rosh Hashanah, because it was all decided then. And we're able to comprehend how and how much it's on us to have a healthy pachad from this din that's before us. So powerful is its grip, so far-reaching is its consequences. And this year he continues to his son. This was 1936. This was when Europe was already beginning to crumble, when Hitler was already making his first steps to create an incredible catastrophe for Am Yisrael. This year, Rav Dessler writes, it stands before me, my father's words, like it would mamish be alive. And day and night, I see before my eyes the picture of my father, how he stood up from the table, and he said to me, my son, you're still a youngster. You're but a teenager. Hold these words to your heart, because it's going to come the days that you will understand the tremendous preciousness and value of these words, because in this way you'll fully understand to know what is Rosh Hashanah. I have a Talmud Chover of mine who showed me a few years back what he does during the year, how he writes down every tragedy, every dover that happens to privately, publicly, to different people, different families. And he looks at it every Rosh Hashanah to help drive home to him the din of Rosh Hashanah and appreciation for its far-reaching consequences. we are gathered here tonight, and really, we want to be motzachein, beautiful tzibur. We want to be motzachein lifnei Hashem on Rosh Hashanah. We've gone through very difficult times in the last year. This past summer was a horror. It was a horror of jangled nerves and tragedies. So many brave young men lost their lives in war, fighting to protect their brothers and sisters in Eretz Yisrael. A huge number, considering the size of that country and considering the value that we have for each Yid. And before that, of course, the Maisa with these 3 teenage B'nai Torah, their horrible murder, and the weeks until their bodies were found. It's just one part of what was a difficult time. And the future, we certainly want the future to be brighter. But we have to change something. We have to remove the difficulties that plague us. For that, we have to make a change. And the question is where that change should be. And it's that I want to speak about tonight. I had a really different shmooze to say tonight. At least so I thought yesterday afternoon. But then, hopefully for better, I was able to hear the very recent words that Rav Matisyahu Solomon Shlita gave in an address, I think just about 48 hours ago. You have to understand, to me, words from Rav Matisyahu, to me, he's the Rebbeinu Shalom's great gift to our country. He came, Mashgiach in Gateshead. He came to America, to Lakewood, to be the Mashgiach. His imprint in those many years since has been huge. He has set the tone and the hashkafa for our B'nai Medina. He's a man in ill health, but he continues to soldier on, worrying about the klal and worrying about the prat. And when he says something that when I heard it, it really shook me to the core, I take it as Torah of Chazal that we dare not stray from. And if he holds this is a kasha, and if he is supplying us what he believes with the bottom and the depths of his heart is the answer, then I feel it's my mandate to speak about it tonight. I have to be nice of some words of my own, hopefully to bring it more clearly to all of your hearts and to all of your intellects. But it's a very strong idea, and he felt it with an incredible strength, as I'll try to make clear. You know, the traditional approach to success on Rosh Hashanah in our Svarim Kedoshim from days of yore and from the Misadri of the Nusach Tefillah. Most of you gentlemen, many of you already know pat what the traditional road is. We've talked about it almost year after year. And that is to concentrate on Kavod Shamayim. Go through the Tefillahs. Kavod Shamayim. It's not about you and me. It's not about us. It's only Kavod Shamayim that we strive for. Malaych al kol ha'olam kulai bichveidecha. Show your power, Hashem. V'yeda kol pol ki ato v'yaltai. V'yovin kol yotzur ki ato yitzarto v'yoymar. Kol Hashem neshama bi'apo. Hashem Elokei Yisrael melech. U'malchusai bakol masholah. And so Chazal tell us, what's the Eitzah, what's the Mahalach Rosh Hashanah? It's such a petrifying, terrifying Yom Adin. It's a day with consequences. And we know that so well. What's the Mahalach? And Chazal offer Imru lefonai malchiyas. Kedei shetamlikuni aleichem. Say before me psukim that contain psukim of proclaiming the malchus of Hashem. You'll use these psukim with their kedusha. Every word has kedushas atayra. And kedei, in order, you'll have the kavanah to make me the melech upon you, upon every fiber of your being. V'imru zichroinus, and say psukim of zichroinus. You'll say the malchias. You'll finally wake up from your sleep and your slumber of an entire year. And you'll be with the kol ha-shayfer zechares beirachem. You'll remember in the words of the Rambam, your bayrei. You'll be mekabel his malchus. And Hashem tzilcha. And therefore, your zichroinus, when you say them, and you're remembered before me, I'll find a way to make them l'taiv. The whole destiny, our entire destiny, is in the Ribbono Shel Olam's hands. And our tefillah is for His sake, not ours. The last Mishnah in Ovis, Hakol l'kvaydi barasiv. I created everything for my kovid, yitzartiv afosisiv. That's the traditional way. But Ramat Yisrael Solomon has a kasha. And I want to deal with his kasha. There may be other ways to answer it, but he's the Adam Gadol, and I want to use his approach and his answer. I want to follow his mandate. Ramat Yisrael asks a kasha. On the other hand, we know it's a day of life and death. Rosh Hashanah is the Yom Adin. Our lives are in danger. And even life, if we're zeicha to life, but what sort of life? Quality of life, difficulty of life, health, parnasa, for myself, my family, my friends. Every simcha of Tavshin Ayin Hey, and Lo Yaleinu, every tsar of Tavshin Ayin Hey, is going to be decided in this day of Rosh Hashanah. And one thing is clear, that we lo b'masim v'lo b'chesed v'lo b'masim bonu l'fanecha kidalu mucharoshim dofaknu d'losecha, but dofaknu d'losecha we must knock on the door of the Ribbono Shel Olam. We must get him to answer and to open the door and to hear our tefillahs, and for that our tefillahs must be sincere. But here comes Ramat Yisrael's very difficult words. Difficult to accept, but I think very true. Do we really care about Kavod Shamayim more than our and our families' lives? I'm not asking you where utopian we should be. I'm not asking where maybe several hundred years ago they were. But Ramat Yisrael is placing the question in the here and the now. If the whole mahalach we're using is Kavod Shamayim, and our whole banging in the doors is for Kavod Shamayim, but really on a very, very basic level, we care much more about our lives and the lives of our families than we're worried about Kavod Shamayim. So if we spend the Shmona Esra, and the whole stress is the B'chein Tein Paktecha, and the V'yimlech Hashem al kol ha'olam, and we disregard the very real needs of the Yom Adin, the terrifying aspect of the Yom Adin, as it reflects on ourselves, are we doing justice? Karov Hashem l'chol kairov, l'chol asher yikru'u ve'emes. But it requires a real sincerity, and he's the Beichen Leva Kaloy is the Ribbono Shel Olam. Do we really mean v'chein tein paktecha more than the v'zochreinu l'chayim, the ksov b'sefer chayim tevim? Doesn't that come easier and more honestly to have kavanah in? So what are we to do? What are we to do if there's some question in our sincerity? How can our tefillah then ring true and be answered? This is what's bothering Ramat Yisrael. And Ramat Yisrael wants to say a mavel dika yisoid to reconcile. the difficulty and to deal with it well. Matisyo contends that we must concentrate our efforts on one particular detail. And it's important to be hyper-focused. It's important we can't jump all over the place. We got to keep a concentration on one inyan. The world is in turmoil. We don't know from one day to the next what's going to be. Those who know their Navi well know how close we are to the Yemais HaGeula, to the Yemais HaMashiach. But contends Rav Matisyo, there's one thing missing. A strong and unrelenting tefillah on our part to actually bring the Mashiach, to actually bring the Geula. We can sing it in the kumzitz. It's a nice tunes, and there are nice tunes. And we can have a Yisairis in Kedusha and Shabbos. But how much are our tefillahs on a constant 3 times a day basis centered on bringing Mashiach? The central mitzvah of Rosh Hashanah. Says Rav Matisyo, let's take a look at the central mitzvah. The central mitzvah of Rosh Hashanah is, without a doubt, the mitzvah d'oraisa is Tkiyah Shofar. And with it done properly, our Yom Adin can taka be successful. Our Imru Lefonai Malchias and our Imru Lefonai Zichroinus, the Gemara in Rosh Hashanah makes very clear, Bameh, you said the psukim and you said them with kavona. Yashakaychacha, you're on the way. But it's only going to be payil, those psukim so beautifully concentrated upon. Bameh, b'shofar. It's only going to tuuf its effect with the blowing of the shofar. And when we say in Musaf, after the psukim of shofars, we begin the bakosha, the bracha of shofars, Elokeinu v'Elokei Aviseinu, Tika b'shofar gadol l'cheiruseinu. Blow Ribayna Shalaylam. Have the Mashiach ben David, have him blow b'shofar gadol l'cheiruseinu. What is the gadol that we're talking about? Is it some kind of huge, mega, super-sized shofar that it gets the appellation gadol? And what is l'cheiruseinu? What kind of freedom are we talking about? And there's a Ramchal that helps us define what's gadol and what's cheiruseinu. And the Ramchal gives us a history lesson in the Maimer HaChochma when he's talking about Avodas Rosh Hashanah. He talks about 3 phases, really 4 phases, but he talks about 3 phases in mankind's evolution, spiritual evolution. Adam HaRishon came into this world. He came into this world on the first day of Rosh Hashanah. It's interesting how he came into the world. Adam. But it's too beautiful not to say. Rav Hutner, in a Hutnerian Vart, if there ever was one, says Rav Hutner, Adam HaRishon appears in the world, and only when Adam HaRishon comes in the world does Hashem become Melech. Because he needs man to proclaim his Malchus. There is no Malchus if there's no subject. And only man has that Neshama Elokah that he can proclaim Hashem's Malchus. And how did man come into being? He came in through the breath of Hashem. Hashem blew vayipach ba'apov nishmas chayim. Neshima is a breath. Hashem blew into the mouth of Adam. He blew a chelik Elokah mimal, and that made a ruach mimalalo. Vatihila nefesh chaya. That brought life to Adam HaRishon. The reverse, Kadosh Baruch Hu blew his breath into Adam HaRishon, and Adam HaRishon proclaimed the Malchus of Hashem. That first Adam HaRishon was born with a Yetzer Tov. The normal, the natural thing, oy halvai by you and I. The normal and the natural thing. The autopilot was to do good and only good. The Yetzer Hara was merely a kayach mibachutz. But as such things happen, I in Parshas Parashas, Adam HaRishon made a sinful choice. And Adam HaRishon, through that chet, brought the Kayach Hara inside. And no longer was there a purity of Tov. Now it was the Arvuvia. There was a mixture of Tov and Ra. Tov and Ra within Adam Harishan. And this would continue with direct Dairos. All mankind would be born, Ba'arbugya, the Tov Ra. And all mankind, they Nunim, the majority of mankind. Yetzer Tov and Yetzer Ra Shaitan. There's the constant battle. There's the whispering in your ear that you and I hear all the time. Hopefully what we hear is I should wake up and run to daven. And there's the other voice, no, you should stay in bed a few more minutes. When the I is the one that's telling you to do it and the you is not, you're halfway safe. When it's the other way around, and it's the I that's saying, I want to sleep a little longer. You shouldn't really. And it's already scary. But that's the way it is. It's bevahola. It's chaotic. That was the result of Adam Harishan's death. Came Matan Torah, and there was a transformation. There was a world change. The Torah was given. And with the giving of that Torah and the kayach of that Torah, there was an ability to be able to make a war and to make the Yetzer Tov come out victorious on the Yetzer Hara on a more consistent basis. It was a possibility. And that act of Matan Torah was accompanied by a shofar, from the left side of the aisle of Akedas Yitzchak. That shofar was the shofar called Chazak Miyai, by Yikol HaShofar. And it was that shofar that was able to smash the iron lock that the Yetzer Hara had in the Yetzer Tov to give no grounds. Now it would be possible. He was no longer invincible. It would be possible to fight the war for Am Yisrael. We could fight the war. That was the shofar of Matan Torah. But then, that was only a partial transformation. There was more that yet needed. There was more yet that needed to be done. And that was in Zman Mashiach. In Zman Mashiach, Vayihi b'yom hahu yitoka b'shofar gadol. Says the Ramchal, that point will mark the decisive rule of Taiv. The Yetzer Hara will get its just desserts. Ka'oshan tichle. The Yetzer Hara is anyway a mirage. The Yetzer Hara is anyway someone that plays each and every one of us for a village idiot. The Yetzer Hara is constantly creating a smoke screen. It's never real and it's never true. But we in Olam Hazeh, we mamish fall prey to its many schemes. But there'll come that day, Vayihi b'yom hahu, Vayitoka b'shofar gadol, and the Yetzer Hara will be smashed to smithereens. Better yet, ka'ashon, which is all he is, a smoke, a vapor, tichle. He'll be consumed and finished and not there anymore. And that's the shofar gadol. It's called that shofar of the Osid, that shofar of Yomei HaMashiach, that shofar that we hope to hear shortly. That shofar gadol is meroimim, exalts and picks you up l'mayla. You will become ka'adam harishin kaidem achet. And just like the Adam Harishan, that good was natural and normal. Bayas umol Hashem, he said in Parshas Nitzavim. And the Ramban learns this is going on that day, Lohasid Lovai. Vayihi b'yom hahu yitoka b'shofar gadol. Umol Hashem elokecho es levovcho v'es levav zaracho. Hashem will do a milah. He'll do a hasores ha'arla. He will mamish remove the arlas halev. He'll remove the chemtis and the taivas that drive us into the hands, into the clutches of the Yetzer Hara. And that will be, and at that time, that's the Tzviya Gadol, and that's L'cheiru Seinu. Tekabish Shofar Gadol L'cheiru Seinu. Our biggest enemy is the Yetzer Hara. It strangles us. It has us in a death hold. Its object is to make us fully B'nei Olam Hazeh with very limited shaykhs to B'nei Olam Haba. Tekabish Shofar Gadol, that will be Meraiming, that will smash the Yetzer Hara, and that will be Chayruseinu. Chayrus, the one meaningful Chayrus, from the Yetzer Hara to be able to do the Rotzen Hashem. And Lefida Divrei Maral, that's the psukim of Shofars. Gentlemen, you have 3 sets of psukim. making up the 10 psukim of Shofros, from the Torah, from the Viyim, from Ksuvim. The first Shofros, as you'll say, those psukim, relate to them. Realize what you're doing. You're beginning with the Shofros of Matan Torah, graphically, descriptively, in full color. We bring down the psukim of Matan Torah with the shofar, and we hear the change in the world that came about. We hear the beginning of the eroding of the Yetzer Hara, the difficulty that the Yetzer Hara was now placed on. It was really a war, and the Yetzer Tov could be victorious. But that wasn't the total transformation. And then we say the psukim of the shofar of Rosh Hashanah. The shofar of Rosh Hashanah is a between. It's there to bridge the gap between the shofar of Matan Torah that did a partial job that stays with us until now, and the inspiration of the shofar shalasid that will obliterate the Ra. And as we blow that shofar on Rosh Hashanah, we say the 3 psukim of shofar shal Rosh Hashanah. It's with that idea, and it's with that hope that we can overcome our Yetzer Hara, our mortal enemy, and we can find our way back to the Ribono Shel Olam fully and completely. And then we say the psukim of Shofar Shel Mashiach, Vayhi b'yom hahu yitoka b'shofar gadol, to control and to obliterate the Yetzer Hara, but completely. How powerful, how real is the Kol Shofar? I want to give you one chazal that hits home so strongly. Gemara in Rosh Hashanah Tezayin Amud Aleph. Amar Reb Yitzchak, Lama Taikin b'Rosh Hashanah. Why do we blow shofar in Rosh Hashanah? And the Gemara is Nispala. Lama Taikin, that's a question. Why do we blow? Rachmana Amar Toku, the Torah says to blow. That's why we blow. Ella, what was Reb Yitzchak's question? Continues the Gemara. Why do we blow more than one set of tekiyas, truest tekiyas? Why do we blow more than one set? And the Gemara's answer is, Kedei la'arviv hasoten. We want to confuse the soten. What does the Gemara mean? How does blowing the shofar, not once, but twice, sets, more, how does that ma'arviv the soten? How does that create chaos, confusion by the soten? And Taisus brings a pirush of the Aruch, one that we should all be very aware of in our Avodah, that's mentioned, that's as it is in the Yerushalmi. Bila hamovas lenetzach, v'kosuv, v'hoya b'yom hahu yitoka b'shofar gadol. The Satan knows that his time, he's a marked man. There's going to come a period, an epoch in world history. Bila hamovas lenetzach. He's gone forever. When is that? Gentlemen, put yourself, don't put yourself, but imagine the Satan, Kad Shoma Kol Shipura Zim Nechoda, when he hears the voice of the shofar, one time, one set, he's boil veloy boil. He's in between, a little nervous, not completely nervous. He doesn't know yet what to make of it. But v'kat shoma tinyon, when he hears already a second set, Omar, he says, Vadai, definitely. Zeh shipura di yitoka b'shofar gadol. This is the blowing. Abayom hahu yitoka b'shofar gadol. It's zimna, it's the time. Mata zimna, the time is reached. Lemisbala, for me to be swallowed up. If he becomes so bewildered, so confused, the less like penai lemeva categoria, he doesn't even have time in his chaos to be able to do an effective prosecution of Klal Yisrael, and we're able to be zeicha badin. Akan, Pella, this Satan is so confident that when he hears the second set of our blowing the shofar, he is totally floored. He is totally in a matzav of chaos and confusion, and he loses his ability to strongly prosecute. Gentlemen, I want you to know something about the Satan. In case you're thinking of the Satan as some kind of nervous Nelly, in case you're thinking of the Satan as some kind of weak person who's scared. Ah! Spider, yeah? No. That's not the Satan. That's not the Satan. The Satan, the Gemara tells us in Baba Basra, who Satan, who Yetzirah, who Malach Hamoves. The Satan is a real Malach. How can you be Mavalbul a Malach? And he's the Yetzirah. And you know what the Rav Moshe Chaim Luzzatto in the Mesilas Yesharim says quite respectfully about the Yetzirah? He says, the Yetzirah, ho, Ish Milchama. Umalumid bar mimios, who is he learned in all kinds of craft and guile? V'yev shalamalid mimeni, you can't escape from his clutches. Ela b'chochma rabo v'ashkofa gedoyla. So how's it possible? 2 sets of blowing the shofar to send the Satan spiraling into confusion. Gentlemen, what the Satan knows, and you and I fail to acknowledge, is the incredible power of Bameh B'Shofar. The blowing of the shofar on Rosh Hashanah is an incredibly powerful moment at an incredibly powerful time. It's the Yom Adin, it's the Yom HaMelucha, it's the Yom HaBrias Adam. All happen in Aleph Tishrei. They all come together. And blowing that shofar is a replay. Blowing the Baltekeya, his breath, into that shofar is a replaying of the creation of Adam Arishan Kaidam Achet. And the Satan knows so much better than us because he's so much more attuned than you and I are. The incredible power, dynamic, and energy in those moments before Musaf Rosh Hashanah as we blow the shofar. And he is, with all his cool, with all his experience. And yes, he knows. People are listening. And the year before. 40 years before, 200 years before. That doesn't make him less good. He knows. He knows his time is going to come. And he knows that it's Rosh Hashanah. And he knows it's by Tekiyah Shofar. And he knows it could be any time now. And he hears that second set. And that's one thing he can't control. With all his experience, with all his chokh, with all his cool, everything. He falls apart. He falls apart. What we understand from this is if only you and I could take the hint from the Satan and the Ervuvia of the Satan, if we could take the hint and realize the power of the shofar and how the shofar can transform and change, and how if we just use our strength on Rosh Hashanah to tie in to the shofar of Rosh Hashanah and to look to the Yavahoya Bayom Ahu Yitoka B'Shofar Gadol, who knows? Who can imagine how quickly that Yom HaGadol, that Bayom Ahu will come about, if not immediately, but certainly very shortly thereafter. You know, we must be madgish that this looking for Geula is ultimately all about Koved Shamayim. I want to go back to that now. It's all about Koved Shamayim, the Geula. V'hoya b'yom hahu yiyeh Hashem echad, u'shmo echad. But it will also be simultaneously our most glorious days. And that's how Matisyo begins to reconcile his issue. We can daven l'Koved Shamayim. We're talking about an Osid Lovai that should come to Meheira. We're talking about the Yom HaGula. We're talking about the Kibbutz Goliath. We're talking about the Yom that's Bo Mashiach, that Shofar Gadol that will be blown. That's what we're talking about. The Koved Shamayim will be enormous. Oh, Lamaisa, what about you and I? What about you and I and our families? Is this world such an easy world? The world of Olam Hazeh? The world of the early 21st century? Is it such an easy world to live in? Are we not constantly under feelings of insecurity? Am Yisrael, if you would be a student of current events, if you would be a student of history, you would realize that we're living in a time chock filled of danger. It's not just our brothers in Eretz Yisrael. It's not just the Middle East is a jungle run wild with terrorists. Terrorists who hate each other and one another. But they all reserve a common hatred for Am Yisrael. A world of Europe where so many Yidden live and is a hotbed of the good old European anti-Semitism that always flourished in Europe. And with the mixture of Arabs among them, how much more so? And if you think we're safe here, we've never been safe anywhere until now. Why do you think we're going to be safe here? We live in very dangerous times. And we also live in times where the Rebbeinu Shalom makes us so difficult for us to go ahead and be an Erlich Yid, to go ahead and daven Shmona Esrei with Kavona, to go ahead and learn Torah. You're going to say, well, I learned Torah. I learned Torah all day long. You learn Torah? You think you learn Torah? Well, the Navi says, ain't Torah. The Navi in Eva says, ain't Torah. Once you're in Golos, there's no Torah. What you're learning is something that looks like Torah, similar to Torah. You got a scarf for Torah, but boy, you haven't seen anything yet. Wait till the Gula is here. Then you'll see and understand what Torah is. The Rambam, in the words that we should all memorize in Hilchos Malachim, Ubiyais Zman, when it will come to that Zman of Gula of Yemais HaMashiach. Lo yiyeh, says the Rambam in his Yad HaChazok Halacha. Lo yiyeh, there will not be. Lo rov, not famine. V'lo milchama, no longer wars. V'lo kino v'sachros, and there won't be jealousies and competition. Kino rekev atzomis, jealousy rots the bones. It's the most prevalent disease among teenagers. Kino. You don't know yet how to measure yourself and be confident in yourself, and you're always looking at others. It's going to be a world. Osazman. No rov, no milchama, no kino v'sachros. Sha'atay v'tiyeh mushpahas harbe. The tayv will be flowing much. V'chol madonim, and all the delights, all the earthly delights. Mitsuyin ka'afar will be available like the dust of the dirt to the snake. It will be available to you. V'lo yiyeh eisik kol ha'olam. And the involvement of the entire world. Lo yiyeh eisik kol ha'olam. Ela l'dasis Hashem bilvad. Only to know Hashem. Tyra. To be honest. You should want to be as God. You may say Mashiach. For Kavod Shemayim. And we do. But the honesty is that here we can be sincere. Here we can be sincere. If we realize that the tefillos of Rosh Hashanah and the Vameh B'Shofar, the Tkiyah Shofar of Rosh Hashanah, if we realize that what it is going on is that Asid Lovai, that Havai should be by us and with us very shortly. And it depends so much on our shofars and our tefillos of Rosh Hashanah, as the Sultan knows well. We are going to enter a utopian existence on planet Earth that we haven't seen since the days of Shlomo HaMelech, but beyond. Torah is going to be geschmack. Do all of you have simcha in Torah? Maybe some of you don't. You all will have. Mitzvahs will be done with simcha enthusiastically. The tefillos to the Rebbeinu Shalom will be as it really is. But you'll see that he's standing right in front of you. And the tefillos will go to your mouth, to the Rebbeinu Shalom Kavidochos ear. That's what it'll be like. And you'll have no problem with questions. It'll all be there for your label of Dasis Hashem. And Am Yisrael will be the crown of creation. Am Yisrael will be recognized by all the nations of the world. All the nations of the world are going to be running, telling, no, you know what's going to happen? Yes, say it in your Shmona Esrei Rosh Hashanah. Ubechein tein pachtucho. Hashem, that first paragraph. It's going on the Goyim in the Umas Ha'olam. And we're asking Hashem, you know, these Umas Ha'olam. They got no clue. They've got no idea. And if you can say it on no clue and no idea, that it's even getting worse and worse, how you can make a zero a bigger zero, I'm not sure. But the life said that's what's happening in our world today. They have no clue, no idea. And then all of a sudden, Ayaymahu, you talk about Shofar Gadol, and all of a sudden it's going to be bottle. It's going to be bottle, Yitzhara. And all of a sudden, for them as well as us, it's going to become normal, natural, to do what's right. You have no clue what's right. But it's like a guy, you go to a chazara sometimes, and everybody starts dancing. I'm aware of it because I got a problem. But I see everybody else dancing. I don't know how to put one foot after the other. But everybody else seems to. And everything seems to go in just a beautiful rhythm, a beautiful harmony. Well, that's what's going to be. The guy are going to get it. Just like that. Snap a finger. And they're going to get it. And by your end, they're going to be electrified. And they're going to be jumping. They're going to be electrified. As our pocket was our and you're going to make all of them. They're all separate. They're not one like Klal Yisrael. But they'll be like the meaning in the Nakuda of Alula. They'll all be in concert, dancing with the right rhythm in that which is the song, the shir to the Rebbeinu Shalom. Well, v'chein, take COVID Lamech, and you and I, Tyler, you and I, will be deserving, Bezos Hashem this morning, of the COVID that will be to be part of Am Yisrael. You don't know what glory is. You don't know what honor is. We don't know what prestige is until we can take a hold of the Ozi Moshe Mashiach. And all of this, the Yomer Kol Hashem Yishom Ba'apo. Hashem Elokei Yisrael. Elokei Yisrael Melech. U'malchusa B'kol Mashol. And I just have to forewarn quickly. Some of you may know something. May know a lot. You may know this. You may know that the Ramban brings that the days of Mashiach will be Yomim She'ein Lahem Chayfetz. There'll be days when you have no mishmach, no desire. Because everything is already so clear. How can you get schlusim? How can you get claims? Where will the battle be? But the Maral says, worry not. Those who do tshuva, those who are making steps to tshuva towards Hashem, before those days that should be B'Korav, they will continue to strive a world Molidas Hashem, a world without any competitive forces of Ra, a world of only Tov. You don't think Hashem can give more and more and more? Hashem is godless. If Olam Haba can be for trillion years, the Olam Hazel of Yemosha Mashiach, that Olam Haba can go on and on and on, and every day is an excitement and every day is a pleasure. The Rishoyim says, the Maral, that didn't do any tshuva at all. And now, whoa, they want to do Tov. There's nothing else but Tov. This Yom Yishayin Lamech, but we get no reward for it. They have no deserve. But if you did tshuva before, that's not a problem. That's the Yemais HaMashiach that we're looking forward to. And that's not just Kovod Shamayim, though it's completely Kovod Shamayim. And once we buy into it and it comes, our pleasure will come from the Kovod Shamayim. And purely the Kovod Shamayim. And there will be no self and there will be no zich. But the Avod on Rosh Hashanah is to be sincere in our tefillas. And we're not yet there at the Utopia. We're at the time before, the bridge in the middle between Matan Torah and Yemais HaMashiach. And we have to daven. And we have to aspire. But I want to tell you one more thing quickly. I want to tell you, there's some of you that may be wondering. Okay, I hear it's valuable. I hear it's going to be a shmach. I hear that, wow, it's something to really, really look forward to. Real mitzvahs and without the Yitzhar. All of us. By the way, the Chavetz Chaim in the Zuchar Miriam makes very clear. Some of you may be worried. I'm not this big bucky in the Septus. And I'm not this big bucky in Shas. I learned this and I learned that, but I don't know so much. And the Chavetz Chaim says, don't worry. If you're trying your best and you're doing your best, you're going to be welcomed with the coming of the Mashiach, and you're going to strike in your own way, to be who you are, weiter and weiter. There's no bechina except that you do your best. Where you're working to try to accomplish something. That's the only, according to who you are, and according to your background noise, and according to the difficulties you have to put up with. How are you doing? That's all that makes a difference. That's all that makes a difference. But there's a question that you may have. And you may have, yeah, I know, I hear it. But it's been so long. It's been so long. The world already is so many thousand years. Who says he's going to come? Who says he's coming so fast? We're talking to Maminim. So you all believe he's going to come. But Mabit says, if you believe he's going to come, you are a gebenched generation. He says this a couple hundred years ago. Can you imagine how gebenched we are? The longer it's been that we've been waiting for it to come, the more the odds and statistics are that this year he's going to finally come. Good for the delay, good for the length, good for the fact that it's taking so long. That good for tells us it's going to be in any time. And Rabbi Tzio says, gorgeous mashal. So you have a mashal, you have a gentleman who has a check, someone gave him a check, $1 million. And he's not a billionaire, he's not a millionaire. A middle type person, $1 million check. And he takes the $1 million check with him, it's in his pocket, and he goes into this room, a bank, where it's full of canceled checks. And he has to go through a bunch of canceled checks. And the whole huge pile, thousands of canceled checks. He comes out of the room, and he goes in his pocket. Can't find the check. It obviously fell. And he was sure when he was bending over, it must have fallen into that pile of checks. So what does he do? He sees it, he knows it's there. So he starts counting out canceled checks. 10, 50, 100, 500, 1,000, 1,500. But there's thousands of money going. So after 1,500, laboriously, check by check, 1,500 checks. So what's he going to do? He's going to say, you know, it's only $1 million. And I got already $5,000 in the bank anyway. It's only $1 million. And, I can't continue. Of course not. I would be an idiot. He knows it's there. And then sure as us. We know that he's going to come. Hashem promised he's going to come. That's going to be the return to Kadim Machet, the Kadim of Elisha. That's going to be the world of Kai. That's going to be the world of Hoya Hashem and Melech. The world you and I are going to enjoy so incredibly. It's going to come. To be Miyayish? To be Miyayish? You're like the guy. There's 5,000 canceled checks. You went through 1,500 of them. No, continue another 3,500. Tyra, we're already way beyond. We're in the 5,700s. The time for Mashiach is very, very soon. According to all our Gedolim who understand these things, I'm a mayor. This Rosh Hashanah, this man of Yitokah HaShofar, the man of Tchiyas Hashem. Think of the Shofar Shel Mashiach. Connect to the Shofar Shel Mashiach. Look for a bittul of Ra. Want it, desire it. It's a fascinating thing. The yesod of that middle bracha is Elokeinu v'Elokei Avuseinu Tekah b'Shofar Gadol l'Chei Vuseinu. Chachamim liked that tefillah so much that they decided you couldn't just keep it for Rosh Hashanah. They put it in our daily Shemona Esrei. 3 times a day, you and I have the opportunity. Tekah b'Shofar Gadol l'Chei Vuseinu. Look at the lives we live. Look at the insecurity of the world we're in. Look at the tenuousness of life. We need for us and our families. Kavod Shemayim, but of course, we need for ourselves so desperately to live a life of normalcy, a life of good, a life of Torah, a life of mitzvahs, a life of Madonna that will become over our hearts now. What an incredible life. We need it so much. But I have to tell you how Ramat Yisrael ends his words. Ramat Yisrael says, HaKadosh Baruch Hu should answer our tefillas. He should make the whole world tremble. We should only want Bias HaMashiach, only Tov, only urge for Ratzon Hashem. And then he ends with these words. A good year, in my mind, is only Bias HaMashiach. We can't settle for anything less. That's what Ramat Yisrael said. That's how he ended his words. To me, when you have a Manig Yisrael who gives his life for Klal Yisrael, a Chacham Gadol. I dare you to find in America Sichas equivalent to the Sichas of the Baal Matnas Chaim. He's incredible in our door. The Chochmah, the Havana, so clear, so clear. If Ramatis Yo says to us that this has to be our Avodah, this is what we're missing. This is what the Ribbono Shel Olam wants, and this is what we desperately need. Both the Ribbono Shel Olam's want and our deepest wants are aligned. They're all together. You can daven l'koved shamayim, and you can daven for yourself and your family. And it all comes together in one wish. We should learn from the Sutton. The Sutton holds it could very well be today, tomorrow, Musaf Rosh Hashanah. We should link into that. Take him for a chacham that he is, and use him, and grow from it. Gentlemen, I just have to say a couple more minutes of Torah here. I just have to talk about one thing, and then we'll leave you. I want to talk about Erev Rosh Hashanah. I can't not talk about Erev Rosh Hashanah. We're now in Erev Rosh Hashanah. Gentlemen, it's the last day of the year. It's what's called now or never. Everything goes after the end. Tyra, we've been woefully inadequate. We're human beings living in Golos, in a mixture of Tov and Ra, and we pick up the dominant culture, even if we're in the Kaisley Beis HaMedrash, we're not that sheltered, and we pick up a lot of garbage through a year, and it impedes our tefillas. It impedes our Torah, and it impedes the quality of our mitzvahs. When we come to the last day of the year, and I believe the Ribbono Shel Olam understands our weaknesses. But this is the Gemara. You know, there's a halacha, gentlemen. Person sins his entire life, and he comes to his last day, and he does a sincere tshuva. In the cycle of the year, this is Tov Shenayim Dalet. It'll never be here again. Its shlichus will never be here again. Its avodah will never be here again. And we're on the last day. Gentlemen, chazak diamatz. You're your karim, your bali kaya. HaKadosh Baruch Hu has picked each one of you to sit b'kaisli beis HaMedrash. He's picked each one of you to be doing Baruch Hashuvim, to daven, to learn his Torah, do his mitzvahs, put on his tefillin. Where it sits is all the mitzvahs you do. Let's use this last day. Let's use it right. Everyone will say, I'm not perfect. I'm not perfect. You're not perfect. But one day, the last day, and I want to say something more. I want to say that it's important that we not be kafuyei today. You know, we're all sitting here, and we're all healthy, Baruch Hashem. And we've had much success during this Tov Shenayim Dalet. We know a lot more than we knew a year ago. And we've done a lot more mitzvahs and davened a lot more tefillas. We got to be makatov to the Ribbono Shel Olam. At least we don't want to be kafuyei today. Look at this last day as a thank you, Ribbono Shel Olam, for Tov Shenayim Dalet. What better way to go into Tov Shenayim Hey than a thank you to HaKadosh Baruch Hu on the last day of Tov Shenayim Dalet. Thank you so much, Ribbono Shel Olam. I'm going to pay attention today. I'm going to pay attention to your tefillas. The beauty of those tefillas. There's so many gems and jewels lying in the words of every one of our tefillas that we sleepwalk through on a constant 364-day basis. Come on. Well, now we're by day 365. Let's wake up. We're davening a Marav tonight. A Marav focused on the Malchus of Hashem. See it. And daven it with your heart. The end, all the way to the end of the Kriyas Krishna, already to the Yiro Einenu, where really the last part of Marav is the Chayshif, Marav is the Laila, Marav is the Golis, but Golis ends, Laila ends, and day begins, the Gula comes. And look at the last bracha of Marav. Look at the last bracha before Shemona Esrei. Hashem Melech, Hashem Molech, Hashem Yimloi, Malchus Elochai Lo'olam. Look at all those psukim, say them, devour them, enjoy them. They're delicious for your neshama. And then you come to Shemona Esrei. First you come to Kaddish, Shmei Rabba. Kol Eino Amenya Shmei Rabba. Paiskan Lo Gan Eden. They open for him the gates of Gan Eden. The Teichus of Gan Eden. Because that Yid is bringing himself back to the days of Gan Eden. To Odom Orishim Kaitam Achet. Kel Melech Neman Amen. An affirmation that Yehei Shmei Rabba Mevorach Li'olam Li'omei Olayim. And then we go into Shemona Esrei. I tell you every year at this time, I repeat again the Rebelli Rapidan, because we have to embrace it on this last day of the year. Rebelli Rapidan points out, Tfilis Ovis Tiknu. The Tfilis were instituted by the Ovis. Who are you and I? Puny people with many, many weaknesses. Who are we to stand before the Melech Malachim and address him in Tfilis? The answer is, who are you and I? Who are you and I? You have such a tremendous understanding of electronics and of all the other things that go in to being able to pick up a phone and dial up to 1,000 miles away on the other side of the globe and have a clear contact. Are you able to do that? Well, you're not able to figure it out on your own. But they got these smartphones, and all you got to do is push a couple buttons. And because of the work of all the people that came before, you're able to have a beautiful phone conversation as if you were both in the same room together. That's true also. Avram Avinu made Shachris, Yitzchak made Mincha, Yaakov Avinu made Ma'ariv. And all you and I have to do is pick up the phone. All you and I have to do, we ride on the backs of Avram Avinu, Yitzchak Avinu, Yaakov Avinu. They laid the lines. They made the Zman for that filler. And then the Anshe Knesset HaTorah came and formed the words. And all you and I have to do is sing those words with the most simple kavanah, and it becomes Dvarim Ha'oimdim B'ru Mishalayim. Your words jump out of your mouth, fly up into the highest parts of the world, and go ahead and do all kinds of accomplishments and engineering feats in all of the spiritual worlds. And even more than that, you'll develop a relationship with future greatness. Through his tefillah, we become close to him. At the end of your tefillah, you're going to say, Oleinu l'shabeach, l'adayin hakol. Say the words. Have kavanah. It's the heart of the Musaf Rosh Hashanah. It's the heart of Malchus. Look at the difference between the first paragraph and the second paragraph. And the second paragraph is that paragraph of the La'as Love. And all where they bust, all they are is a bunch of flesh and fat. They have no seichel b'klal, b'koyim, the b'nei bosser. All of them will call out to Hashem. We're told, the Ramah tells us, when Klal Yisrael says Oleinu, you should be very careful in the tefillah. And the Mishnah Berurah explains, because HaKadosh Baruch Hu gathers together all the malachim, and he brings them all to come and to hear the Oleinu l'shabeach of Am Yisrael. There's HaKadosh Baruch Hu, his small mile to listen. Tomorrow, gentlemen, the day continues. Sleep us, look forward to it. It's a very special day. What is a chiyah? The Torah tells us in Shulchan Aruch. He makes a motion, we don't have time for the Shalom, we'll say the Nimshah. He says on Rosh Hashanah, Erev Rosh Hashanah, the Gedolim go out to meet Hashem, and they fast. 1/3 of our sins are pardoned. During the Aseret Shemei Tshuva, the second third, and during the final Yom Kippur, the final third, is Mincha. And who are the Gedolim that go out? Rav Aaron Koper Zecher Tzadik L'Vrach would always say, the Gedolim are the B'nai Torah. Those of you that sit and dedicate your lives, as you do, to learning, you're the Gedolim. Tomorrow you're going to make it effective, an effective relaxation of some of the bundle of sins that lie so heavy on our backs. That's tomorrow. That's why we fast. It's a fast of the Chilas Avrayis. It's a chance to sit in the base members and to learn without Hesped, to learn without Batol. There shouldn't be any Batol at all in the last day of the year on Helen Rosh Hashanah, but certainly not in our base members. Certainly not. Be machaber all the days of the whole year. The Son Sefer says, you daven that Mara, that Shachris, that Mincha, it lifts up
Maybe there was some Mars who you didn't have such a cup on it. Maybe there was some Shachris that you didn't even have cup on it too well. Well, you daven this bill of right. It says like Sam Sefer, the right his shoulders. It says like Sam Sefer, it carries all your tefillas up for the entire year, from that Zman to the Kisei HaKol. Put it in Shkulev, put it in. Make sure you wash and you eat sometime tomorrow afternoon, so you can make that final Birchas HaMazon. You'll count it as a lot of the Nachmas Hashem, and you can make it complete. When our Torah is Nedorim reminds you of the Chashivas of people. And the Rosh Hashanah itself, when you go ahead on Rosh Hashanah, we know Rosh Hashanah is marked by Simone. We have these different fruits and the honey and all of this, dip the apple in the honey, the chulu, as a sign of sweetness. Gentlemen, you know what real sweetness is about? Being sweet for one another. 3 days, Rosh Hashanah, Rishon, Rosh Hashanah, Sheni, and Shabbos. Be sweethearts. Be sweethearts to one another. You're busy tipping the apple and honey because you want a sweet new year. I got a better idea. Close your acid tongue and let sweetness come out and let your roommate be struck. Wow! And maybe he'll even respond likewise. And all of a sudden, there's more sweetness in the world. That would be wonderful. A wonderful way to come into Rosh Hashanah. Gentlemen, let me be Messiah. Let me be Messiah with the same seal that I said on other occasions I said last year. There's a Yid, and it doesn't have to be a Yid, it's a person. But this person did a grievous sin against the king. And he's been given a summons to come to court in the next date, 2 or 3 months hence. And he knows that this is a major case. Because for his crime, if he doesn't get an innocent verdict in court, he's going to be in jail many years. And all his property will be confiscated. His children will be his son, his wife, and almana. And he knows that. But he doesn't want to face the situation. And he puts the summons deep in his pocket. And he ignores it. He's busy. He's working in the fields. And finally he gets to winter. And it's really cold outside. And it's snowing so blizzardly that he can't do any work outside. He comes inside. His board's got nothing to do. He sticks his hand in his pocket. There's the summons. Tomorrow! Today! I gotta get there. The worst thing I can do, I should have hired a lawyer 3 months ago. I should have done other things, who knows when. But I didn't do anything. And tomorrow's the case. If I don't show up, they're going to throw the book at me. There's not going to be any chance. I got to go. Goes out the window. How did I go? Look at the roads. Look at everything. Then he thinks, good. I have a sled, wonderful big sled, that I can ride in, harness a couple of my strong horses to be able to get there. The way the sled is, it goes fine over the ice, and I'll be able to get where I have to get to quickly. He goes to the place where he has the sled, horses outside, and it is covered with inches, feet of ice where he's so cold. So he takes his axe and he starts chipping away at the ice. But he realizes that at this rate, it's going to take him 24 hours to get the sled free. So what does he do? He goes ahead and he gets some wood, kindling wood, and he piles it up next to the sled, and all around the sled. And he lights it. And all of a sudden, there's blazing a flame of fire. And in minutes, it melts the ice. He puts it out. He's got his sled free, hitches his horses, and runs with the speed of that sled and the horses over the ice to the town where the mishpat is going to be. And if you like nice endings, everything is wonderful here. What's the nishul? The nishul is us. Gentlemen, we've been sitting here listening to the shayfer a whole hour. But the heart remains covered with ice. And then we go ahead and we have the week of slichos. No. Maybe the ice is melted a little bit. There's inches and inches more of ice. Tomorrow is the Yom Adin. The Yom Adin is upon us. What eitzah do we have? Gotta light a fire. Gotta light a fire. Of course, not a physical fire. A spiritual fire. to open the ice, it's a taste around the heart, to feel an enthusiasm, to daven a tefillah. Tired, the Ramban says the union of kol b'tefillah is because HaKadosh Baruch Hu created man that they should make a koved shamayim, and when Klal Yisrael gets together, daven Yichus Krishna, loud together. We have a kabbalah malchus shamayim with the kol, and then we answer the Kiddush, the Kaddish, the Eish Megabah, the Kol Chazak, the Kol Ram. Then we go into the silent world of the Amudim. We're going to go ahead and we're going to melt the ice that has encased our heart. The stakes are tremendous. The world needs us. You're youngsters, but that's the mile you have. You know how much ice is around the hearts of your elders? You're youngsters. You can still melt the ice. You can still do a successful Rosh Hashanah. You can follow the mandate of the Bal Hashkofin, Bal Musar, Godel Hador of ours, of Ramat Yisrael Solomon, and really, Mavatish, the Kabish, Sheifu, Godol, L'chei V'seinu. You're going to love the results. And if we're successful, the results are going to be the most incredible period that humankind, and Am Yisrael in particular, has ever known. Come and enjoy. Take part and participate. Don't be cynical. It's real. It's true. And we really can do it. Let's start.